Oh, hey, you're probably waiting for stream to start. Well, good news, you're in the right place. I'm Patrick Player One. I mostly live in post-apocalyptic worlds, although occasionally we do mix it up and venture elsewhere. Right now, I'm probably fixing something that I forgot about, or doing like a sound check, or just staring at my screen wondering why absolutely nothing's working. While I'm doing that, why don't we do some quick housekeeping? This is a safe space. Don't come in here acting wild. I don't entertain it. I don't argue with it. And I will report it. We're here to have a good time, not be miserable on the internet. I'm also not a rage streamer. If that's what you're looking for, you're going to be disappointed. We keep it fun, we keep it respectful, and we keep it moving. There will be a break about every hour or two so I can reset, hydrate, and not fall apart midstream. You'll get something like this instead of a dead screen, so you're welcome. And unless this is one of my long endurance streams, we'll be playing whatever you see right up there. Sound good? Cool. Let's kill some time. All right, Mary Jane's back. She brought ammunition. Okay, honey, I'm gonna need you to bring us a rifle with that ammunition or an axe because we can't really defend ourselves. Fine, wholesome meat. Chocolate milk from that milk company. You know the one.
La, 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 la. Your milk already expires next week.
Come on. There we go. Do either of you have keys on you? No, of course you don't. Look at you. I'm not sure you can read, let alone drive. Come on, I need one door. I need just one
Do you
door.
work here?
No?
Oh, I'm
Oh.
sorry. Does anyone work here?
Not really. It's a grocery store. Do you think anyone wants to work here? Dee Dee is now my soulmate. Aww. Baby would hesitate before calling himself your friend. Baby officially hates your guts. Baby turned out to be a traitor? Oh my god, Baby's a robot! An android, I mean. Baby! I'm now angry that I gave you food!
This old telescope has got me through many an afternoon. Sometimes I pretend I'm a World War II sniper and people at the bus stop are advancing Germans. They wouldn't stand a chance if it was a sniper rifle, let me tell you.
Oh no.
They could try taking cover, but I'm pretty sure the bullets would penetrate the bus shelter.
Harold.
It would be an absolute bloodbath.
Oh my god. Bro, you're on television. Timmy, let me grab you! And we're going in! No! We were right there! Dolores was the only one that made it. And she's so upset about it. It looks like I'm about ready, so thanks for hanging out with me and enjoy stream. And ready I am. Almost. Ready, I almost am. Hang on. Hang on. Almost there. Almost there. Hello. Okay, yes, now we're ready. Howdy, boss. Congratulations on second. Hi, Bob. Congratulations on first. We do have Fuzzy Hat. Timer has started, although I've been wearing it for a couple minutes now. Yes. Who dis? Who dis? You just watched an entire thing about who you're watching, about what stream you're on. Good golly. My eyes are watering like nobody's freaking business today. I don't know if allergies are just insane right now. I slept like 9 hours, so I don't think that's it. This is a Patrick imposter. I was covering my eyes. Which is why you were responding in chat. Yes, I'm clearly a Patrick imposter. The real Patrick that you're about to see is in this game. No. But I do a voice in the game. Or actually, I do a couple voices in the game. I'm going to do 5 voice... Or no, not in this game. In this game, I'm going to do 3 voices total. I think. Right? Just do one line. You just do one line. Who knows? Certainly not me, right? No, I was commissioned to do 5 characters, and I think one of them is more specifically in like this world, but is in a different game, if I'm not mistaken. Although I could be. Who knows? It's been a hot minute since we've played this game. Since we did a different pre-alpha, and now this is a much more developed pre-alpha. Nah, they're all in this game. Oh, okay, perfect. Cool, good. Well then, eventually you will see all 5 characters that I voice in this. There are also a couple other people who voice in it. Idorios he's going to have a voice in the game soon. We got all the lines for him, and he told me to remind him about it on Friday. So Friday he will be voicing and submitting his lines for this project. But yes. So that said, what is it that we're doing today? Today we are playing Gay Daddy Dating Sim. Yeah, this is done by BobCGames, the creator of such titles as Yearning, otherwise known as YAGS, Zen, oh my god, that other really long one that made me cry several times on stream. Earth Boys Are Easy. Oh, that president one. AGS, that's right, yeah. YAGS, ZAGS, and AGS. Good thing I don't need a voice to chat, because OMG, my voice is gone at the moment. Why? What'd you do to it? What'd you do to it? I gotta know. I'm actually going to, while I have this settings screen open, I'm going to turn the audio back on. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Dig it. I am going to turn it off real quick. Whoop. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to turn it off on chat real quick. I just want to make sure that it's up for when we actually get into the game. Game's a little loud relative to your voice. Oh, I know. No, it's because I had to turn up for what was I about to say? I had to turn it up for the video that plays at the beginning of stream. I recorded that a little lower than I thought I needed to. So, yeah. But, yes. So this game... Actually, Bob, do you want to tell us like a description of the game. I think you'll do better justice to it than I can. I know it takes place in like a not is it just an alternate reality, or is it like a slightly in the future reality? It's YAGS but older gays. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it's a dating simulator. There's a bunch of different pathways. You could end up in a poly relationship. I think you could date like a robot, android, cyborg thing. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just interested. It's a slice of life dating sim in a contemporary setting with a sci-fi twist. You cannot date a robot. That's what you think. I'm gonna try my best. Oh. All right. Well, without further ado, let's just go ahead and get into it. Whoa, hi puppy. My neighbor's dog has been barking a lot lately. Oh, hello. The music itself is still very loud in my ears. Oh god, okay. Sorry, I know those longer... Alright, let me pause that again. Yeah, the longer messages are still getting timed out. I'm meaning to fix that. It's on my list. I did a voice with other friends yesterday and did it for too long, as it already hurts my voice as is, and then it turned sore. But then it went where I lost my voice to now a coughing fit occasionally, with me popping halls. That feels like a weird reason for stream elements to censor. Too long. I don't think it's on my YouTube, but on my TikTok, I have a comedy set that I did a couple years ago, where I have like a very long, like big D joke. Anyway, let's get into Boom a la Game. Start. Warning, this game includes discussions and depictions of homophobia, biphobia, depression, unaliving and unalive ideation, divorce, infidelity, and alcohol use. This game also includes strong language, including slurs and abundant cursing. I do have it on like the middle ground for that, so we'll only see a little bit of that, but it is present. And if anybody ends up with this game that, doesn't have that setting on, beware that it's there. This game also includes suggestive content and depictions of relationships between two or more men. Viewer discretion is advised. So, if any of that isn't up your alley, this is your warning. This is a pre-alpha build. The game currently features placeholder graphics, sprites, and backgrounds, lacks music. Well, I mean, aside from what we just heard. This channel is full of homophobic viewers. Oh, you know it. Just like out the wazoo. Hi, Sharkbait. Myself included. Oh, it has music now. I should fix that. Yeah, I was like, it has music, so there's already one fix for you. My word, you just voice anything nowadays, I see. Oh, yes. No. Oh. I'm not... That sprang a tangent I'm not even going to get into for this. Lacks music and may feature significant game-breaking bugs. Content can and will change before the final release. So yes, you are in a developmental stage of this. Congratulations, viewers. Well, that wasn't the way you expected things to go. Then again, help your best friend confront his cheating husband wasn't something you'd ever imagined yourself doing, so expected is maybe a relative thing. Whoa, what just happened to my desk? Okay, we're good. Sorry about that. Something vibrated on my desk, and it like sent a couple things crashing down. Oh. My word versus... I tried my first Red Bull. How'd you like it? Time to insert lots of sexual content in and make Pat voice lewd things. I have plenty of that content. If anyone is interested, I can direct you to it. It is not difficult to find. Is it your phone? Can I call you and make your phone vibrate? Not anymore. I just put everything on Do Not Disturb. I'm pretty sure it was my phone, but yes. Anyway. So expected is maybe a relative thing. But as far as expectations went, you hadn't expected Santiago's husband to basically admit to the whole thing. Say he was relieved that he didn't have to hide it anymore. Tell Santi that he'd send along divorce papers and then leave their apartment without so much as an apology. Hi. Ooh, that is loud. That is loud in my ear. That's loud in my earballs. Okay. Santi isn't a particularly talkative person, but his absolute silence and lack of any apparent reaction as he remains seated on the couch still worries you. Should I default the music volume more quietly? No. My headphones, whenever they connect, they instantly max out. I don't know why they do it. So I was at 100. I handled it well and it was good. Oh, good. I personally cannot stand them very much at all. Also, why does it look like I got punched in the face or something? I was wearing my sunglasses today and it rested right on my orbital bone. Well, that's unfortunate. Sitting on the couch still worries you. Though you suppose you can't exactly blame him. Are you okay? Pat his back. Oh! I like how you redid the choices. Ooh. I feel like this is a dumb question. Your touch seems to surprise him and he jumps before he looks over at you blinking. Sorry, what did you say? You shake your head. Nothing. Sorry to startle you. He nods, but seems to be staring off into space again. I don't know what I'm feeling right now. A lot of different things. Anger, relief, sadness, kind of everything and nothing at the same time. He shakes his head and manages a half smile as he meets your gaze. Thanks for being here, man. Are you kidding? Of course. I didn't do anything. I'm always here for you, Santi. My instant thing in my head was of course, this is the bare minimum that you do for people is just show up. That is, like I said, that's what you're just expected to do. If nothing else, you can show up for people. There's an actual real UI now. Yes. Yes, there is. And it's nice. I'm just sorry that didn't go better. Although I guess that couldn't have gone much worse. He lets out a choked laugh. Let's just say it went for now. But really, thank you. He sighs and stares at the clock on the wall. That took, a lot less time than I expected it would. Don't feel like you have to stick around, man. The night's still young. Thanks, boss. That's relatively low now compared to the music. I like it. Bob, your game muffles the jump scare. The night is young for scares. I mean, hopefully. The gentle suggestion to get out doesn't surprise you. Santi has always preferred to be left alone with his thoughts, and as much as you know he appreciates your presence, this time seems to be no exception. Oh, I didn't read that as a subtle get out. I read that as a don't feel tethered to me. If that were a choice, I probably would have upset Santi. But that seems like it might not be the best idea right now. Do you want to talk about it? Sure, if you need anything. Let's go somewhere. A distraction. I think we need a drink. That, that sounds appealing right now. Put off whatever emotional reckoning I'm going to have for a bit longer. What did you have in mind? A bar. Duh. You hadn't thought that far ahead, so you grab the first suggestion that comes to mind. A bar. Bobby's? It's only a few blocks away. Maybe a few drinks, and maybe you can find a guy for a revenge hookup? Hey, it's not a good idea. I still got 690 points. Yeah! He takes the tongue-in-cheek suggestion as intended and laughs. A couple drinks sound good at least. Santi seems remarkably upbeat on the short walk over, and you wonder if he's still trying to ignore reality for a bit. I have this hanging up right here. I think this is also in my closet. Not the full picture of it, but I think a sticker of it. It makes you glad that you decided to bring him along. You want to make sure you're there if... Why can't I talk? You want to make sure you're there for him if needed. If he needs it later tonight. In the closet, huh? The bar is unsurprisingly packed on a Friday night. 2 muscular bartenders, one shirtless and one in a tight sleeveless vest. I know this club. Seem to be cranking drinks out as quickly as possible. By some miracle, there seem to be 2 open seats at the bar, and the 2 of you quickly grab them. Santi immediately turns to the man sitting to his left and holds out his hand. Hey, I'm Santiago. The man looks surprised, and honestly, you can't blame him. Santi isn't normally this forward with people. I don't normally just, pop and introduce myself. The most recent interaction I've had at a bar, the bartender asked, the guys and I were sitting at a bar. We gave the bartender our order. Then this woman and her partner sat next to us, and the bartender asked, "Hey, good to see you. How you doing today?" And she went, "Fabulous. Actually, wait, no. Today sucked." And then she proceeded to list why the day was not good. And I turned to her and I was like, I love everything about your energy right now. That's how you meet people at bars, not whatever Santi is doing. Then again, Santi had been happily, or so you thought, married for years, and it had been a while since other men were an option for him. You wonder if he's taking your revenge hookup joke more seriously than you'd intended. Ryan. Ryan shakes Santi's hand and then turns to you, and you realize you're being rude. What's your first name? Patrick. I'm Patrick. It's nice to meet you. He's hot. He seems like an absolute bundle of sunshine. I don't know. He seems like an absolute bundle of sunshine. You suppose the man is fairly objectively handsome, but something about his demeanor is a bit off-putting. Still, you understand what Santi sees and allow yourself to briefly appreciate his looks. I'll let Santi have him. Ryan just nods before returning to his drink, and it seems like he might prefer to be left alone at the moment. You turn your attention back to Santi. What do you want to do, You're interrupted by the buzzing of your phone. Oh, hey! Yeah, there it is. By the buzzing of your phone, Santi frowns and pulls his own phone out of his pocket, and you realize the 2 of you just received the same text from your friend Gabe. Love it, love everything about it. Love a good phone interface. Hey, I forgot to tell you my coworker is throwing a party tonight. Interested? You look up at Santi, who shrugs. Parties aren't really my thing, but free drinks are always a plus. Up to you, man. The idea of a party does sound appealing, and hanging out with Gabe is always fun, but there are also benefits to hanging out at a gay bar. Go to a party, stay at a bar. Oops, this needs a phone group. Oh yeah, it was a group chat, wasn't it? Honestly? Ooh, I'm trying to think. Okay. My brain is like, I would probably just stay at a bar if I was already at a bar. However, if I was at a bar and one of my, like, close friends, like anybody that I actually share a group chat with, was like, hey, I'm at a party right now, or I'm throwing a party right now, I think I might go to that party. Let's go to the party. Thankful for the time, you wave goodbye to Ryan, who doesn't seem to be paying attention anyway, and text Gabe back on your way out the door. Gabe gives you an address, and you end up downtown staring up at an extremely impressive-looking apartment building, situated close to the river. You double-check the address Gabe had sent, just to make sure you're not in the wrong place. This is one hell of a party that Gabe's gotten himself into. And us. Santi laughs, and you love the sound more than usual tonight. And us. The coworker must be filthy rich. As directed, the two of you walk into the lobby and give the apartment number to a curt-looking receptionist who nods and points towards an elevator. Penthouse, right? You shrug. Apparently. I think we might be underdressed. Santi laughs again. We'll just blame Gabe. He never specified a dress code. When the elevator arrives at its destination, the door opens to reveal a large living and dining area that isn't too crowded with people. Floor-to-ceiling windows at the end of the room show a breathtaking view of the Twilight skyline. Definitely underdressed. You nod in agreement, despite the fact that most of the attendees seem to be dressed fairly casually, in t-shirts and jeans. You look around the space again, and are suddenly startled by Gabe, who almost literally runs into you. Okay, that might be a little soft compared to the music. I almost wouldn't have been able to tell that a voice was there. Patrick, Santi, you made it. Yeah, sorry to summon you here and then immediately bail when you arrive, but Kendra just called and apparently she's taking Robbie to the ER. Santi immediately looks concerned. Oh, hey, hope your kid's okay, man. Thanks, bud. It didn't sound serious. It'd just be good for me to be there, you know? Freaking Kendra. It's her weekend with him and she couldn't even keep him out of trouble for one night. I blame her new boyfriend. He stops talking and waves at someone. You turn to see a well-dressed man walking towards you. I really gotta run though. This is Caleb. Bye. Whoop. There we go. Gabe disappears behind you into the elevator, and Caleb stops in front of you and Santi, holding out his hand for a handshake. Wow, he's handsome. He looks a bit stuffy. I don't know. I think he looks cute. He's a very snazzy dresser. He's got the ginge kind of working for him. He has those very not hazel eyes. Actually, yeah, that might be hazel eyes reflecting with red. I may need to equalize all the clip volumes externally because the in-game voice volume defaults to 100. Oh, yeah, that might need to be a thing. Oh wow, he's handsome. You kind of always had a thing for redheads. I mean, I also have Adam right here, so yeah. Oh, I also have Adam right here. Hang on. Yeah, right here. I just have a less dressed Adam over there. I'm also going to turn this on because the sun's starting to go down. Whoa. I'm going to turn that down too. kind of always had a thing for redheads ever since your first proper boyfriend, who was almost obnoxious at times about how rare and special his hair color was. Frick yeah! But more than that, the way Caleb's button-down shirt was just the right number of buttons undone, showing a tempting tuft of chest hair fits him in the sheer confidence he exudes. The blue eyes are nicely cut. What? I'm glad that I'm keen to detail. He does not have blue eyes, good sir. His eyes have almost no contrast to his hair. His nice hazel eyes complement his hair and the gentleness. Oh. Nope. I'm just an idiot and I can't read. The blue of his clothing also nicely contrasts his hair and the gentleness of his hazel eyes. Yep, got that. You stop and remind yourself that the guy's probably straight anyway. And even if he wasn't, staring at him is definitely a way to make a bad first impression. I don't know about that. One of my, closest friends is straight. Actually, two of my closest friends are straight. But one of them, when we tell people, how we met, his story is us going to a bar and me instantly asking him, hey, are we gonna bone? Which wasn't untrue. And we're still very close now. So I'm actually I talk to his girlfriend every single day. So, yeah. Hello. Oh, that was me! I like when I startle myself. Okay, yeah. That one was a little bit better, and I think part of that was because I actually did use a parametric equalizer on mine. And I boosted it by about -12, or not negative, by about 12. So it hit. It was still even a little soft at that, so I don't know. Man, shame. Having straight friends is weird. Wow, what am I then? Weird. We just said it. Weird. Okay, cool. I'm not missing anything there. Because this game also is, we actually have the creator in chat, and this is a pre-alpha, I am focusing a lot of my energy into the game, so if I do miss anything in chat that, anybody really wants me to focus in on or wants to chit-chat, feel free to state again. Tonight is a totally okay night to, bump your own comment. But yeah, just know that most of my attention is going to the fact that we have the developer here, and this is to help them understand how the game will be played by regular players. That said, also feel free to chat. I am looking at my streams and I do have a few people in, so totally feel free to just watch and lurk and all that good stuff. Also, don't feel like you can't chat to me or amongst yourselves. We have the developer in here, so if you also want to say anything to him, great. Okay, I have no idea why the first phone conversation is broken. Been debugging it while you play. Appreciate you. Tell me how bad the game is. Well, I mean, he also has a ton of other games too, so if you like any of his work, or maybe don't realize that you played one of his games, and Bob, feel free to throw any of your links or anything in chat throughout, just so people know where to find this eventually and other stuff that you've put out. Because I know I enjoy your games, even the ones that I don't stream. So, anyway. So yes, obviously this is one of the characters that I voice. So, as Gabe said, I'm Caleb. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Patrick. And this is Santiago. You shake his hand quickly. Caleb smiles at the two of you. Could I end up with myself? Well, it's nice to meet the both of you. Do either of you work with Gabe? No, Santi and I work in software. No, Santi and I work in finance. No, Santi and I work in customer service. No, Santi and I work retail at a store. So none of these hit literally any of the things that I do. But I guess they are a bit more realistic. I do appreciate that you don't have just like super wealthy professions anymore. And yes, you can date him. You want to bang yourself? Look at me. Duh. I feel like Hendrik is more you physically. Really? Okay. Cool. Hendrik. Oh, right. Yeah, he was the last one that I voiced. So you'll probably end up getting his last. He's the blonde guy. Okay. Good to know. Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. I had some difficulty remembering who he was when I was reading his lines. And then after I read a few of them, I was like, oh, wait, I remember who he is and part of his story. Yeah, okay. So then I had to do a big pivot in how I recorded him. But anyway, okay, so let's say that we work in customer service. I guess that's close to all the stuff that I do. It's just a call center, and I guess someone's got to do the work. Gabe's just an old friend of both of us. Caleb nods and you're about to ask him what he does when he frowns and looks at his smartwatch. Excuse me, I should take this call. He walks off down a hallway, leaving you and Santi alone again. Oops, he doesn't have a smartwatch. It's fine. No one even noticed. They're all looking at his attractive face. Let's get a drink. You already walked towards the makeshift bar in the dining room. He's already walking towards the makeshift bar in the dining room, and you follow. There's a good selection of liquors and mixers available, and there seem to be some bottles of beer in an ice-filled container off to the side. Grab some whiskey. Grab a beer, pour yourself some wine, mix up a screwdriver. I don't really like beer. Wine is okay, but eh. If I have hard alcohol available, I am more likely to do that. It would depend on what the whiskey is, but I'm pretty much always down for a screwdriver. Santi makes himself a vodka soda, heavy on the vodka, and pours you a glass. You throw in some orange juice and look around the room for a conversation you could join. Patrick, Santi! You turn to spot your... Excuse me. You turn to spot your friend Jason walking toward the two of you. Hey Jace. Here with J2? He stops in front of you and shakes his head. Nah, he had a shift later tonight and he's in bed. I'm here on my own, but I was probably leaving soon. Gabe should be around somewhere though. Jason is one that I also voice, correct? When I write, I don't start with a great idea of who the guys are. Yes, okay. So I also voice Jason. I don't start with a great idea of who the guys are, so they kind of evolve as the game gets written, and then I go back and fix things later. Totally fair. That's how most, I think, good writing is people end up okie dokie. Cool. I just got a text from a weird number. It's someone from work that text me a screenshot of my schedule or something. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like that's how most good writing is. That like the characters tell you who they are. This happens a lot in YAGS. Totally fair. And YAGS was quality. No, he had a shift later tonight, so he's in bed. I'm here on my own, but I was probably leaving soon. Gabe should be around somewhere, though. He just left to go to the ER. Apparently, Kendra was taking Robbie. Jason frowns. Oh, geez. Hope it isn't serious. Gabe didn't seem too concerned. Kids are made of rubber. He'll be fine. Me too. He didn't seem too concerned. That's good. You're silent for a bit. So, Patrick helped me confront Albert about him cheating on me tonight. Well, that's one way to break the news. Jason looks horrified. Oh shit, Santi. I'm sorry. I was expecting him to give an excuse like, oh, but Jace and Jace too have other partners, so I thought it would be okay. But the bastard wouldn't even give me that satisfaction. Jason frowns. I'm sorry. If we somehow I'm sorry if we somehow caught. Oh, sorry. That's not what I meant. No, that's not what I meant, man. Not your fault in any way. I just... Ugh. Jason nods, but still looks unsure. I get the inclusion of it, and, like, your relationship in no way determines other people's behavior. That's on them. Right, let me introduce the two of you to some people before I head out. Jason introduces you and Santi to a woman, and you chat with her about the ongoing Mars mission for a while. Sounds like me. Not necessarily the Mars mission part, but yeah, I would chat up a random drunk woman. The free-flowing alcohol puts a pleasant warmth in your stomach, and you're sure also helps the conversation flow. The free-flowing alcohol puts a pleasant warmth in your stomach, and you're sure it also helps the conversation flow. I assume. Santi grabs you a while later, and you're sure it, I guess. Okay, yeah, I was correct. Santi grabs you a while later, telling you he's headed out with a guy. You semi-jokingly tell him to use protection, and he just grins at you before leaving. Before you know it, the party dies down to only a few people, and you leave before you overstay your welcome, not wanting to overstay your welcome. Just gotta hit it right in there. You wonder if Jason knew who was hosting the party. Oh yeah. I guess we never did meet the host, did we? You fall solidly into your bed at home and have no trouble falling asleep thanks to the liquor. Fair enough. Saturday. The buzzing of your phone pulls you out of your slumber. You sit up a little too quickly and wince at the throbbing in your head. Bro, you didn't hydrate. You suppose you shouldn't be too surprised. You haven't drank that much in a while. No, literally when we were on vacation, I pretty much was like, as soon as I wake up, I need a little bit of alcohol. Because you can't have a hangover if you stay just a little bit buzzed. You wonder if you should have moderated yourself a little more. You idly think that any of the people you talked to could have been the host. And you wonder if your overindulgence could reflect badly on Gabe. Yikes. Going to a party and didn't even say hi to the host. Bad. 100%. Have I ever done that? Have I ever been to a party where I didn't say hi to the host or I didn't know the host? I've never really been to a Gatsby style party where it was like just a ton of people. Although I think maybe in college I went to one or two parties where like I knew who the host was, or I assumed I knew who the host was, and maybe talked to them or maybe didn't. Outside of that, I don't think I've ever done it in my like adult life, in my like real adult life. You grab your phone and squint at the screen. Of course it was Santi. You answer his call. Morning, man. Just wanted to see if you wanted to grab breakfast. Hey, yeah, that sounds good. I'll come over in a few and get you. You manage to brush your teeth and pop a few painkillers, attempting to make yourself a little more presentable before Santi pulls up. assumed you knew the hosts. No one always knows the host in college, okay? I think it's Robbie's fault for getting hurt. So Gabe had to leave so he couldn't introduce you to the host. Fair enough. I'll blame Gabe. Or I'll blame Robbie. Soon you're seated at a table with Santi, nursing a Bloody Mary and hoping it helps with your headache. Santi's pretty quiet and you're not sure whether you should interrupt his thoughts. I think I was just disappointed more than anything. Like, I already did all of the anger stuff and I didn't want to be sad, so I just wish things went differently. Fair? You'd been expecting this conversation. Yeah, having sort of like a post-mortem. Santi usually talks about his feelings with you after having some time to process them. Wish things were different too. Disappointed seems fair. Oh yeah, that's what I said. You probably wanted him to feel some remorse. Or have like any type of response other than maybe relief. He laughs. Yeah, that would have been nice. I feel like I should be hurt more than I am. Like, it's almost a betrayal of how I should feel about him that I'm not more hurt. And yeah, I know it's stupid. I mean, you feel how you feel. And in instances where things take really long, typically we already have those emotions, which it sounds like he already did. It's like when you know that a relationship is ending, you can already mourn the relationship while it's ending. Or like when a family member or someone that you really care about is like sick for a long time, you mourn them before they're gone. And then you have this weird sense of like betrayal that you don't feel worse when they literally are gone. So totally common. I just think maybe I just got all of the hurt out already too. When I did the anger stuff, you know? All of the, how could he do this to me? And whatever that you helped me through. You remember those nights and squeeze his shoulder, hoping it offers a bit of comfort. He smiles at you. Now when I see him, I just feel numb. Just not really any strong emotions. Maybe a bit of hate. It's like I can't wait to move on and show him what a mistake he made, you know? You nod, understanding the sentiment. Sure. Yeah. I literally, like, really don't think about my exes anymore. So I'm like, I get it. And, like, give it a little bit of time. And I don't think you're really gonna care. Did you see him last night? Santi shrugs. He came home late, tried to get into bed next to me, as if nothing had happened. Could you imagine the nerve? Some people, the audacity. That sounds like him, actually. I was so blind, but this makes the whole thing easier, at least. What about you? Did you end up leaving with someone from the party? You let him change the subject. I didn't. You would have been the first to know. Santi pats your back. We've got to get you back on the apps, man. I know you didn't like the sea of one night stands, but I'm sure there's love waiting somewhere in there. I'm sure everyone's just waiting to put a ring on this. Are you saying you want to get on the apps? I don't know. Are you saying you want to get on the apps? Guilty as charged. Let's be app buddies. You're still not sure you really like the idea yourself, but you remind yourself that it's more important to be supportive of Santi right now. Fine, pick your favorite app. How about Manhunter? That seems like it might be better for us older folk. Us older folk. I've played with Santi with a goatee for so long, I keep getting confused that he's clean shaven. I like it. I don't know. Personally, I like it. I haven't tried that one before, but you're right. I've heard that too. That it's better for us old folk. You pull out your phone and download the app while Santi does the same. The first few screens are straightforward. Legal name, username, age, job, income bracket, pronouns, sexuality, monogamy, looking for... Actually, what am I looking for? ZAGS would be nice, but I don't really want to get back on the app just for hookups. Friendship, sure, but I have a lot of good friends already. I know. That's my thing too, is I make friends everywhere. I'm like, I don't need any more friends. But what I actually want is a relationship. But will it scare people off if I just put that? I feel like the people that you will attract with that are people that are very interested in having a relationship more than like that they know. You don't really attract a lot of people that have like healthy views and are like, I'm at a healthy, good place where I want a relationship and I would be fine with one. Don't need one, but I would like one. And you get a lot of people that are like gripping for relationships, that need a partner. I mean, Santi's 45, so fair enough. You can have more frenemies. Oh, kind of lonely over here. Then just move over to friend. Just move over to be my friend. Looking for a relationship, friendship or relationship. Friendships, hookups, or relationship. That one. I guess I can always change that later. Not that I think I'll be using the app very much. Excuse me. This is really just to support Santi. You take a quick selfie and hit the create account button. Oh no, you can't just... Especially not after you're feeling kind of hungover. No. You go through your index and you find the best photo that you have of yourself from 2 years ago, minimum. Dismiss the complete survey to improve your matches prompt. And look up at Santi, who seems to be engrossed in his phone. I feel like this chat is full of pat frenemies. But I can never go that way when you play. But I can never go that way when you play Project Zomboid. I mean, you do that if you actually care about the app. I mean, that's true too. I don't know. I definitely have a few accounts that I'm not really using right now, and I make sure that they're still like good looking. I like logging on and then realizing that people wanted to get with me. It's a great confidence boost. Account created. Yeah, I have people in my life that like, when they're on the apps, they're on the apps. Santi looks up at you and grins. Way ahead of you, man. I'm going through some initial matches now. Your phone dings and you look at your inbox in the app to find a message with an explicit photo attached. Yeah, it doesn't take long. Daddy. Am I about to see something? Or is it going to be a box? Make sure that you're still looking good so you don't include your face in your photos. Yes. I have had someone tell me, like, they commented on a photo and they're like, oh, you're hot. And I intentionally behave a certain way on apps because it weeds people out. Someone was like, you're hot. And I messaged, I know, thank you. And they responded back, wow, you're conceited. I was like, why? Because I agreed with you? And they said something to the effect of like, well, your body's nice, but your face is fucked up. I'm like, okay, so you're lashing out because instead of me needing your validation, I agreed with you and still thanked you for the compliment. That seems more like a you issue. Daddy. You're about to close the app when your phone dings again and a different guy sends you a not safe for work photo. You change your settings to only allow messages from matches, and your match queue almost immediately lights up with a request with an attached picture. Just add... Alright, my headphones are obnoxiously pinging in my ears. Okay. Also, how's the game sound compared to my voice? Just had a 16 pixel box of different shades of skin. Wow, that guy got mean fast. Prepared streamer. Oh, you know me. You know me. Well, I was watching videos and writing beforehand. Yeah, no, it's... I intentionally do that, though. I intentionally tell guys I know when they tell me that I'm attractive. I still thank them. But I let it be known that, like, you need to do more than compliment me to get my attention properly. I very explicitly have prompts in all of my, like, dating, hookup, finding friends, whatever profiles. I have prompts of, like, message me with blank. And it's like your whatever book you're reading, your favorite show recommendation, yada yada. And so if they just comment like, oh, you're really attractive, I'm like, I know I'm really attractive. Thank you. Many people tell me that. However, you're not reading, and that instantly checks you off my list. Volume is fine, but it could also be quieter. Okay, I'll turn it down just a smidge bucket. Do more than compliment you. Okay, so send you pics. Okay, so it's just people not reading your profile. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like I appreciate the compliments. They're nice, and I thank them. If I do find them attractive, I say it back. But I'm not on apps to get validation. It feels nice when I get it, but I don't need it. That's not why I'm there. You remind me of the one guy that makes songs out of weird conversations. There's a few guys that do that, but I think I know the one that you're referring to. I've seen at least one guy who does this, and it's fantastic. Yeah, I think we all might be thinking of the same person. But yeah, his like text chat compilations, phenomenal. All right, with an attached picture. Whoop. You didn't even bother opening the message and reject the match, wondering if it had been a mistake to say you were looking for hookups. You look over at Santi, who still seems to be scrolling. You browse that menu instead. Or you browse the menu instead. I will say, with a lot of, like, gay dating apps, it does get really old how when you, like, put that you're okay with hookups, people will, like, instantly, like, message you with their FETISH. So they'll like start acting like a dog or being super like subby or whatever. I'm like, whoa, no. Don't project your, thing onto me. Check if that's something I'm into. Because I'm like way out of it if you just like... There's a Justin Randall song about gay dating apps that I love. Not the same as above. I will have to check that out. That's weird. Open to hookups doesn't mean that consenting to all kink without any conversation first. Correct. And a lot of guys treat it that way. They instantly are just like, oh, you must just be down and freaky with everything. It's like, definitely not everything. Definitely not some of the stuff that people have sent me. I'm like, oh, no. I'm very good, thank you. I'm not interested. Even some things that I am interested in, I'm like, you're being way too aggressive about this without knowing anything about me. No. Despite knowing it by heart already while you wait, suddenly he starts laughing. You'll never guess who I just found on here. He holds his phone out towards you, showing a single profile on the screen. Is that Ryan? He laughs again. Looks like it. He retracts his hand and taps on the screen. Looking for hookups or a relationship. I don't know what you put in your profile, but I imagine you're looking for the relationship part. You start to wonder if you should have put only that part. You stare at Santi for a second. Are you saying you want me to match with him? Okay, once again, I will say, if you only put that you're looking for a relationship, you will almost always get very, very desperate guys who like need a relationship to be the like center focus of their life, and it's not fun. They are not very interested in conversation. They're very much like, hey, are we meeting tomorrow? Which, like, yes, if you're on an app, generally you should move towards meeting. However, like, I appreciate understanding if we will have a conversation when we meet. And yeah, then if you do end up meeting them, they're like just too hardcore. It's having just hookups invites what we already talked about, where people don't understand consent. And putting just relationships brings all the desperate men out of the woodwork that need a relationship in their life. Speaking of projecting your interests on others, there was a subreddit that was read on Smosh about the guy she was talking to wanted her to squash bugs in a Tinder conversation. So that is a thing. And it's not just bugs. It gets real, like that specific one. If anyone ever contacts me with that sort of like thing, ick. Big ick. 'Cause yeah, no, it goes up from there. It's other things from there. Squashing bugs is an odd kink, but I shouldn't be judgmental. I mean, we're not shaming anybody here. That one, I shame specifically because it has to do, like, when it escalates, then I shame it. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about it too extensively. I assume if you know, you know. You can imagine where it goes up from there, and why I specifically would disapprove of it. But yeah. I love being too long. Giggity. Well, there's the standard crush kink some people have. That's different. Like, just the feeling of being crushed or of being stepped on or whatever. That's different. If that's your thing, whatever. I don't really support, like, the carpet guys in New York and stuff. Like, that's... Once again, because you're not allowing people to consent to things. But... And then from that, I learned that there is a thing of having bugs crawl on your back. Yep. I'm learning things I don't want to learn right now. I'm learning so much about dating apps right now. Hey, Raze. Sorry, that comment was funnier than expected, just because I wasn't expecting. You're welcome, Bob. All right. Let's get back into the game. Are you saying you want me to match with him? Well, he was hot, right? Don't tell me you didn't think he was hot. Oh, I just realized we never learned Ryan's name. I don't think. Just throwing that out there. You shrug, not wanting to outright disagree. Besides, looks are only part of the equation. It might not hurt to get to know the guy. You're trying to think of how to respond when the waiter approaches your table and asks for your order. Saved by the bell. Eggs Benedict. The Nutella Oh, yummy. Veggie omelet, please, with white bread. Yogurt parfait, please, with granola. I don't love French toast, but I'm just going to say this is Nutella toast special. Ugh. I was thinking of trying that. Same for me, I guess. Also some bacon on the side. The waiter nods and walks away, and you take the opportunity to change the subject away from dating apps. He introduced himself after Santi introduced himself. Okay. I missed that then. Nutella toast is delicious. Nutella on anything is delicious. Yeah. Did you see the latest Mars mission progress? Anything you want to do today? I'm not interested in talking about Mars. I read a veggie omelet and thought it said vegan omelet. You know, I'm sure that is a thing, actually. I'm pretty sure, like, an egg substitute that is pretty peak. There is such thing as vegan omelet. Yeah, see? Santi shrugs. Not in particular. The weather's nice. We could do something outdoors. He thinks for a moment. How about the park? We could go buy some discounted bread at the grocery store and feed the ducks. Ducks, geese. Wait, was that me or Santi? Okay. Ducks, geese. It's ducks in the park, right? You talk about comparative waterfowl until the food arrives, and it's delicious as always. Soon you're both done eating, and your head's feeling a little better, although you credit the painkillers more than the drink for that. Santi pulls his phone back out of his pocket and grins at you. So, what are your thoughts on Ryan? Bob, that means that there's nothing. I was on a cruise ship and they had it, but I didn't dare try it. Egg substitute is for baking, though. No, there's egg substitute for for any type of cooking. Like, you can make scrambled eggs with egg substitute. Which scares me because I don't know what it could be. It's honestly probably just like a protein enzyme thing. So it's most likely some sort of like bean paste mix that's diluted with some sort of secondary oil. I'm trying to think about it. I'm like, it's probably like a B12 oil or something. But yeah, you know. My brother was allergic to eggs and we got egg substitute. Wouldn't recommend eating by itself. And that's probably fair, although a lot of like vegan food over the last decade has substantially gotten better because more people sort of have to make that change into their diet. I hate the taste of Impossible Burger, so I probably hate the taste of vegan egg substitute. Vegan food is good when it isn't trying to be non-vegan things. That's fair. I obviously don't eat many things, so I can't say for sure. But Dorian is vegetarian, so a lot of his non-meat things, he says, tastes pretty close. And then Chris eats everything, and he definitely has, like, preferences in certain dishes, but, you know. So what are your thoughts on Ryan? You're still on him? I don't know. He just looked like he could use a friend last night, and you're always a good friend. Yeah. He's not looking for a friend. Wait. Yeah. He's not looking for a friend. He wants a husband or a good lay. But would that really be so bad? Why don't you match with him? He shrugs. I don't know. He's hot, but stuff in his profile seems more like your kind of thing than mine. Anyway, I'm not really trying to pressure you. I guess I was just amused by the idea. I'm interested. I think he's not for me. I'm interested. You blush despite yourself, and Santi immediately looks excited. Heck yeah, give me your phone, man. I'm gonna find him for you. You dutifully hand it over, and Santi taps at it for a bit. Found him. Apparently you can include a message with your match request. What do you want to say? It's Patrick. We met last night at the bar. It's Patrick. My best friend wants me to message you. We met last night at the bar. Santi nods. Short, to the point. Got it. Give me a break, Santi. I haven't done this in a while. Santi just stares at the screen as he taps for a few more moments before handing your phone back to you. Done. Keep checking to see if he accepts your request, I guess. In the meantime, let's look up some guys for me. The two of you spend some time reviewing guys for Santi, and you give him some advice on dating in men. Eventually, the waiter drops off the check in a not-so-subtle hint for you to... for the two of you to leave, and you figure you've taken up a table for long enough. I literally have weekly brunch where we take up a table for like minimum 2 to like 4 hours. So, meh. Like Impossible Burgers equals yuck, but veggie or vegan burgers equals yum. Which there are a lot of people that are like Impossible Burgers are terrible, but there are a lot of other burger substitutes that they enjoy. You need to eat more then. More what? Me or Bob? Vegan chicken nuggets. Yeah, Dorian's had those. Oh, ick. He likes the chicken. Seaton wings, yum. So have you eaten today, sir? Oh, like me? No, like because I have ARFID, I don't eat many things, but I eat very regularly. Oh, I think Ryan will not accept your request, so I probably need to fix that. Oh, okay. Good to know he won't accept me. Right now, you need non-zero affection with him, and it looks like you don't get any affection if you don't stay at the bar. Oh! Okay. Spoilers, Bob. If you want to roll back and say no. I mean, no, it's fine. It doesn't block me from anything, I don't think. Park. Sounds good. You're leaving the restaurant when you spot a familiar face walking towards you, holding hands with another man. Santi grins. It blocks you from the other route from the app. Oh. Well then, okay, yeah. No, we can definitely... Let's rewind time. I think he's not for me. Santi looks at you with a bit of disbelief, then he shrugs. Fair, then forget him, and help me look over our candidates. The two of you spend time reviewing guys for Santi, and you help and give him some advice on dating and men. Eventually, the waiter drops off the check. Park, sounds good. Leaving the restaurant, you spot a familiar face walking towards you, holding hands with another man. Santi grins. Well, hello again. Are you stalking me? Jason laughs. Maybe you're stalking me. Lying in wait for me to arrive. J2 still at work? Yeah, he should be getting off soon. But Raj and I... He suddenly seems to remember his companion. Oh, right. I don't think you two have met Raj before. Raj, this is Patrick and Santiago. Or Santi. Santi holds out his hand and grins. I could have guessed. Nice to finally meet you, man. Raj shakes both your hands. Likewise. I've heard a lot about you, both of you. Good things, I hope. Always. Oh, you took out, Oh my god, why can't I remember his name? What's his face as Raj? Since you last played, the app now starts 3 routes, one of which is Ryan. I'll add some more options before Gabe texts you so you can actually have a successful Ryan. Yeah, I pulled Raj. Whatever. Fine. It was great running into you, but we should probably go. Raj's wife agreed to watch the kids, but we shouldn't push our luck. And there's probably a wait now at Marco's. Hope to see you again soon, man. You watch the two of them walk off into the restaurant. You know, I wonder what I would have said if Albert had asked me to open up the marriage. But you like monogamy, like Jason J2 did? Yeah. Like, fine, monogamy is important to me, but I mean... He shrugs. Right now, I'm obviously done with our marriage. Even if he hadn't said as much yesterday, I still would be done. But I wonder if I would have agreed to it earlier, in an attempt to try and save it. I hate him right now, but I loved him, and I would have wanted it to work. Yeah. I feel like, with ethical non-monogamy, like, you have to approach it almost in the same way that you would approach having kids. Like, when a couple decides that they want to have kids, it should be because they feel secure enough in their relationship, in how their life is going, that adding someone to their family only would serve to improve things. Same thing with ethical non-monogamy. You are so confident in yourself, your relationship, the way that you operate your life, that you are willing to open and extend that love to another person or more people, and it will only serve to enhance. Couples that like have a child to save the marriage typically still end up divorced. Couples that open up their marriage to save the marriage typically still get divorced. Raj was kind of originally a route, but I replaced him with another app route. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, what Santi's saying would be a terrible idea. Preach! Yeah. I think that's the biggest thing when people talk to me about ethical non-monogamy, especially because I was in a monogamous relationship beforehand, is I'm just like, we were comfortable with where we were at, and we were comfortable with ourselves that adding more people was something that would serve to improve us. And it did. And it has, and it continues to. There's nothing wrong with monogamy, just like there's nothing wrong with polygamy. With polyamory. Polygamy is specifically marriage. Oops, yes. Just for that. I'm like, legally there is something wrong with polygamy. And the origins of it are questionable. But yes. It wouldn't have worked. You would have resented him. You don't have to settle. I haven't. It wouldn't have worked. He shrugs. You're probably right. I guess that means I'm glad he never tried to ask me and instead just decided to find himself some twink ass. Because I don't know what I would have done if he had. He shakes his head. Anyway, shall we? After a quick stop at the grocery store for some old bread, you head to the park and find a bench by the water. The ducks are more than happy to consume your offerings, and you end up spending the rest of the day wandering the park, only stopping at a small cafe for sandwiches around lunchtime. Before you know it, it's getting dark. Thanks for hanging out today, man. I always like spending time with you. It was nothing. I hope it helped. I always like spending time with you. Aw, thanks, man. Still, I really appreciate the support. He suddenly starts grinning. Oh, did you get any matches on the app? You hadn't checked, but decided to humor Santi and pull out your phone, holding it out toward him. He laughs and opens the app. Damn, I have a lot of results. He scrolls for a bit before his eyes grow wide. Hot damn! He turns the phone towards you to show a profile of a handsome man wearing a flannel shirt and not much else. Paul, huh? Damn is right. Ooh. Your eyes automatically trail down his chest to the bottom of the photo, under his navel. Santi grins. See you looking. Is that a yes? You start to respond before noticing an important bit of information on the profile. He's just looking for hookups, not dating. Okay, but look at him. Jump that man, have some fun, and then find someone else to date. You look at the profile again. He is kinda hot. Fine. No, I don't want. Fine. Yes! He takes the phone back, and before you know it, he's accepted the request and sent a message. Paul is the you didn't say you wanted only a relationship app option. Not Raj is the you said you wanted only a relationship app option. Oh, okay, cool. Fair enough. He's accepted the request and sent a message. He hands the phone back to you and you look at the message thread. I want you? I wouldn't write that. Santi laughs. Yeah, but based on his profile, it seems he'd appreciate that. Just trying to increase your chances, man. That's what I'm talking about, though. Your phone dings with a response. Yes. Tomorrow evening, 7 p.m. Way more respectful than most guys. Most guys are like, now, where? Can you host? You don't know why, but your fingers shake as you write a response. It's been a while since you found someone on the apps like this. Works for me. See, if guys gave me time to adjust and wrap my head around it, I would probably be more open. But I very rarely am getting on an app with the intention of like, I'm gonna leave my house right now. Ugh. Justin Randolph seems to have wiped his YouTube, so I think the song I liked is gone. Wrap my head around it. I'd be more open. Yes, Pat. It's a real thing. No, especially because, like, you know, the tism and all that. I'm like, the adjustment period of me switching up my plan and my routine and whatever, I need that. So when people are like, oh, come over now or whatever, like, my intention and plan for the rest of the night was to be at my computer or to watch a movie or whatever. I can't just switch. Which also makes some friendships difficult. I very specifically have one friend that will message me and he's like interested in hanging out right then. And I'm like, buddy, you gotta give me like 2 days notice. That way I can make sure that I'm a person that is appropriate and acceptable to hang out with. Send me your address. Well, he's coming by tomorrow evening. Yes! In any case, it's probably time for us to head home. And let me know how it goes with Paul. You blush despite yourself. You give Santi a hug before you each head out, and he promises to call if he needs anything. You're settling in for the evening when your phone dings with a message. You pull it out and it's from Santi in your friend group. Once again, not a group message. If you haven't heard yet, Albert was cheating on me and we're getting a divorce. Don't know how much I want to talk about it right now. Hey Pat, come over right now. It's the only time I'm free for the next 3 years. I think we both know that's not possible. This is a group message. I will say the absence of... Oh, okay, the group message photo in the background. Like, the absence of other messages doesn't scream group message, but I see the distinction. You monitor the thread for a while in case Santi needs anything. Everyone sends their condolences, and you're pretty sure Jason directly tells Gabe to shut up at one point, because Gabe's curious questions in the thread suddenly stop. The thread quiets down after that, and you have an uneventful rest of the evening. I can pre-populate it with some older messages to make it clearer. Good call out. Just my thing. I also have like several group messages that have messages in them that have died. So typically if I see a group message and like there's nothing, I'm like, oh, this is brand spanking new and I need to know who is and isn't in the chat for some reason. You fall asleep with almost frustrating anticipation for your meetup with Paul tomorrow. Sunday. Bye, Russia. Yes, video is now banned in Russia. You wake up early Sunday morning from a spicy dream about Caleb. Calm down, brain. You've only met the guy once. I really need to do laundry today and actually load all the dishes into the dishwasher and wash the other stuff. And I should clean too for tonight when Paul's here. The thought for some reason has you flustered. It's been a while since your last breakup and you haven't been on many dates since then, much less hookups casually with anyone. Your desire to make a good impression forces you out of bed and dutifully take care of the apartment. By the time you finish, it's mid-afternoon and you make yourself a sandwich and wonder if you should call Santi. Call Santi, go to the gym, have a quiet afternoon by yourself. I'm going to take a drink of water first because my voice is abandoning me. All right. Honestly, we unintentionally gave you the motto Russia free for your channel. Free Russia. I'd probably have a quiet afternoon by myself. You spend the afternoon at home reading a book on the couch. An alarm on your phone startles you from the narrative, and you figure you should read for Paul. You should read for Paul. You should get ready for Paul. Wow. What if I mail Pat some Russian dressing? Then I would not eat it. I would not consume it because I don't eat dressing. A few minutes after 7, your doorbell rings. Okay. Paul's standing there in an old wife beater and the plaid shirt from his profile photo. Your eyes are full of lust. Well, you look familiar, good sir. But I don't see a wife beater and a flannel shirt. Dan! Yes, this is in fact Dan. Do I have anything of Dan? Not immediately on my desk. I don't have any of my YAGS stuff over there. Huh. Yeah, Dan. A Russian that is dressing out, or... I'm sad I replaced the niche placeholder already. Or you'd also encounter Nate. Ew. We don't like Nate. We don't like Nate very much. Something about him irks me not to trust him. Dan? About Dan? I mean, he's something. Nate's a snake, and you shouldn't trust Nate. Nobody likes Nate. Nate gives me the ick. I don't like Nate. His eyes are full of lust. Damn, he's hot. He is less attractive in person. Damn, he's hot. Paul? He nods. Don't. Oh. That was a very attractive whatever. Oh. Nate is your favorite boy and favorite ZAGS route. Don't lie. Ugh. Don't care. I love the whatever that played over that. Oh, that was very attractive. He pushes you inside, slams the door shut behind him, and then his mouth is on yours. He's aggressive, almost to a fault, and it's been a long time since you've had someone who so obviously knows what they want in the bedroom. He leaves afterwards without as much as a goodbye kiss, and you lie in your bed for a while, getting dressed. Not quite sure how you feel about the experience. Oh, I read that way more seductive. I thought it was going to go much further. No, I straight up started heading into, like, my audible voice. Fuzzy hats. I really need to make the voices louder relative to the music. Yes, but the, like, slight bit of it that I caught. Oh. The base game doesn't have any not safe for work stuff. Fair. You gotta keep it stream friendly. I know. I expected just like a touch more though. You pull out your phone and send Santi a text. Paul's gone. You ready yourself for a barrage of questions from Santi. You think his interrogation would actually be useful this time. Oh god. Did I make a mistake? Okay. Can you come over? That hadn't been the response you'd been expecting, and you're already out the door before you respond. It's a Pat stream. He's never friendly. We ain't friendly back. Also, is someone... Oh my god, Ahsoka's been in here the entire time. Let me let her out of the room. All right, I wasn't expecting Ahsoka to be in here. Perfect. You're out the door before you respond. On my way now. It takes Santi a few knocks to answer the door, to the point where you'd been considering using your copy of his key. And when he does, he's shaking, his face wet with tears. I also want to not get Steam to slap me with another adult designation, so I'm very intentionally erring on the side of safe for work. Probably smart. Ahsoka! I just completely blanked on the other cat's name. Not Merlin, Blackie. Draco? Draco? My black cat Draco? Draco, yes. Oh my gosh, okay. You can feel your heart break for him. Santi. I'm sorry, I'm such a mess. It's okay. Hey, it's okay, I'm here. He sobs again and collapses against you, and you wrap your arms around him as he shakes. You guide the two of you onto the couch, with his face against your shoulder, gently rubbing his back as his sobs turn to sniffles, and he seems to stop shaking. I thought I was done with the sad. I told you weren't. It's okay for you to not be. I'm here for you. It's okay for you to not be. He nods. I just wanted so much to be, and to have really moved on to something else, like spite. He stares off into space for a bit before shaking his head. Could we watch something, not a romance movie, maybe something slashery where a bunch of bad guys get killed? I'm your guy for that, yeah. You spend the rest of the evening with him and spend the night on his couch, just in case. You wish there was more you could do for him. You've always enjoyed working with Santi, but this week you feel especially thankful that you see him most of the work week anyway. The job keeps you busy during the days, and in the evenings, you help him deal with the logistics of finding a divorce lawyer or just hanging out with him. He doesn't have another emotional breakdown, and you're thankful for that at least, but he doesn't seem happy either, and you wish you knew how to better help him. The news of Santi's impending divorce slowly filters through your extended friend group, and it pleases you that everyone seems to be siding with him. Then again, Albert had seemed more than eager to give up on those particular friendships in favor of his new, younger partners, which actually made things easier for everyone. Santi doesn't ask about Paul, and you feel awkward broaching the topic about him when he's obviously hurting at the moment. In any case, you're worried bringing it up would bring back his feeling from that night, and you don't want to do that either. Friday. Draco, yes, Draconius. I mean, I like both. That's my life. Like both. Oh, what did I miss? What did I miss? I mean, I like both. That's my life. Re-enlighten me, Sharkbait. You're cooking dinner in your kitchen for yourself and Santi, chatting about work from past week when his phone dings. He pulls it out and frowns at the screen. Is that Albert? Santi shakes his head. No, it's Gabe. He's asking me whether Albert's still coming to the cabin trip next weekend. No way in hell. Santi laughs. Yeah, no, get that out of there. Santi laughs. Honestly, I'd forgotten that was next weekend. I guess I need to text Albert that he's uninvited. Not that he'll care anyway. You probably don't need to tell him. He probably knows. Ugh. I like boys somewhat, and mostly girls. Oh, okay. Totally get you. Also, shut up, Muffles. I have the talking stick. No, get you. Totally fair. So he does so while you finish plating the food, and his phone dings again. Gabe wants to know if that means there's an open slot. There aren't any extra bedrooms, right? Normally it's me and Albert in a room, Gabe and previously Kendra in a room, Jace and J2 in a room, and then you get a room. I'll ask him what he's thinking. Santi texts back while you carry the food to the dining table and joins you afterward. I mean, technically, Santi and I could share a room if there needs to be another person or like another couple wants to come. We obviously aren't a couple, but could make that work without it being weird. Santi texts back while you carry the food to the dining table and joins you afterwards. Thanks for cooking, man. It's always a pleasure. He sighs and stares off into space. It's been a really weird week. Are you okay? He smiles and nods. I'm sorry I've been taking up all your time this week, man. I just didn't want to be alone. Hey, don't you dare apologize for that. I'm always here for you. Still, he shrugs. I was thinking of deleting the app, at least for a bit. It's not that I haven't matched with anyone, but after Sunday night, I kind of... He trails off. Pat his shoulder. You don't have to use the app if you don't want to. It's okay, I'm here for you. You don't have to use the app if you don't want to. He nods. I just think I shouldn't be dating right now. Or honestly, forking it either. It's way too soon for me to throw myself into things with someone new, even if it's satisfying. I probably couldn't handle another breakup or whatever right now. And spite isn't a good reason to go out and start hooking up with random guys, and I think it's just going to hurt because I'm gonna want something more. Sorry, didn't mean to just spill on you like that. Everything you said's true. Honestly, I agree. I always support you in whatever you feel is right. He smiles. Thanks, man. I just don't think I should date right now and shouldn't be hooking up right now. And so I'm not sure the app is a lot of use to me at the moment. Speaking of the app, how was Paul? Bro, that was like a week ago at this point. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about that. Uh-oh, should I be worried? You give him a brief summary of your time with Paul, and he seems to think for a bit. Okay, it sounds like you're conflicted because you physically enjoyed the experience, but found it... Excuse me. But found it demeaning and off-putting, so it's not something you would have normally sought out. That's a good way of putting it. Santi nods. Well, there's always the point that it means it'd be easier to have no strings attached hookups with him if you're not going to get attached. I know. I think the question is, did you enjoy the experience maybe because it was off-putting? You've never had a guy like that before, right? You nod. Could be a good opportunity for some fun and exploration, but if not, then it sounds like your body was more interested than your head. And that's fine too. You don't need to do it again. You like Santi's way of phrasing it, and think over it for a bit. I think I'd like to explore some more with him. I don't think I need that again. I'm gonna say I want to explore more, mostly because I don't particularly have that feeling. Granted, I do generally try and like see guys multiple times, but yeah, I don't have like a remorseness over it. Yeah. I vote we ban the notification for End of Fuzzy Hat. No, it keeps you honest. Also, Muffles like cheese sticks. I too like cheese sticks. I like cheese sticks a lot. This one guy is actually do have a slight crush on. Is Leon Kennedy from Ray 9. What's Ray 9? Is that a band? I want to explore more with him. New action. Paul hangout. Santi grins. Text him. Now? Why not? Maybe he's free tonight. We're having dinner. That reminds me, I have a couple guys I need to text. We're having dinner. Oh, we're having dinner. Well, you need dessert, so... You're not sure how to respond to that, so you pull out your phone and send Paul a text. Hey. You start to slip your phone back in your pocket, but he replies almost immediately. Hey. Was just thinking about you, actually. Patrick and Paul. Aww. Text me, bestie. Oh, I text you all the time. No, I realize there's yeah, there's a couple that are like friends of ours that we need to hang out with, that we made plans with like a couple months ago that we have not followed up on. And then I do have like a guy that I'm seeing that like I have not seen in months at this point, and I want to like do a temperature test. He's 48 or 51. That still is very good looking. That's not impossible. There are plenty of men that are in their 40s and 50s that are very doable. Paltrick. Wow. Oh god, Raze. What's the wow for? Silver foxes. Yes. Although not all of them silver, but yes. Yes, yes. There is such thing as being attractive over the age of like 25, in spite of what red pill bros say or whatever. You blush, and Santi chuckles and starts to eat his chicken. Wanted to see you again. Feels weird to type, but you suppose it's as accurate as you think you can be at the moment. Tonight? You look up at Santi. He's free. Yeah, but I can eat quickly and get out of your hair. Are you sure? We were going to spend the evening together. Look, man, I really appreciate you so much more than I could ever express. But you've spent like every day with me this week, and I don't want to get between you and that. Santi's expression leaves no room for argument, and you sigh. Leon Scott Kennedy from Resident Evil 9 still is looking good. Got it. Re9 is Resident Evil 9. I hope so. I'm not attractive under 25. I got what you're saying. No comment. Everybody is attractive to somebody. And that's not me saying that Boss is unattractive. That's me saying Boss is like not my type, and I also don't shoot lower on the age spectrum. So yeah, Dorian's about as low as I go, and he's over the 25 threshold. So we'll hang out tomorrow though. I look forward to it. Yeah, come by. True to his word, Santi finishes his meal in record time, and he managed to get most of the way through yours. He's getting ready to head out when the doorbell rings. Mind if I say hi to your hottie? He's not my hottie. Uh-huh. You open the door and Paul steps in, looking fairly identical to last time. Santi looks over him and whistles. Damn, he's even better in person. You two have fun. Santi winks at you before leaving. Paul's eyes trail Santi until the door shuts behind him, before he turns back to you. That was my... I don't care. Then his mouth is on yours. This kiss is more aggressive than last time, and he pushes you against a wall as your teeth clatter together. The experience is much the same as last time, but he surprises you afterwards by giving you a kiss and laying down next to you, instead of immediately getting dressed and leaving. That's a little taste of the audible work that I have to do. And it's also why voice acting is dying, because nobody wants to behave cringy like that. Why? I didn't sign up for this. Why to what part in specific? To the behavior? You're always cringy, Pat. That's why I'm such a great voice actor. That's why they give me the medium dollars. I know, I'm one of the straightest friends online. Are you? I think a good chunk of my online friends are actually straight. I think that's there. Do you need to be somewhere? You definitely had been expecting conversation, and it takes you a second to process the words. See, it's that, like, switching up the expectation thing. It's difficult. That guy right there. What about this guy? This is Dan, actually. It is not Paul. No, pass. Yeah, Dan isn't specifically my type. I'm excited to see what actual Paul looks like once that sprite's done. But yeah, Dan's more of that, like, aggressive, like aggressively in your face gay and wanting to get it on that is sometimes a turnoff for me. Actually, is more often a turnoff than not. But I didn't say straightest friend. Oh, I'm one of the straight friends online. Oh, you are correct. You are one of the straight friends. Process the words. Tonight? No. Wanna watch something? You mean like a movie? Netflix and chill? Paul shrugs. He pads out to the living room, making no effort to get dressed. That's attractive. You follow and watch as he plops himself down on the couch. What is happening? Do you need to go? You should go. Join him! What are you doing? Just join him! No, an attractive man is in your house wanting to just chill and watch a movie with you? No, you just join him. You grab the remote and sit down next to him on the couch. He puts his arm around you and pulls you against him, tucking your head under his armpit and gently stroking your shoulder. Oh, yes, please. Oh. He smells like musk and sweat. That's really hot. Ew. No, that's really hot. There's a time and a place. There's definitely been times where I've like smelled man smell and I'm like, oh no. Someone here needs a shower. This is an instance where I think it's fine. His body heat's comfortable and his scent is intoxicating, but the situation feels surprisingly tender. He grabs the remote from you, turning on the TV and putting on a football game. No, get away, sir. But his hand doesn't stop moving against you. You must fall asleep because the next thing you know, he's pushing you upright, kissing you gently, and standing. Every guy has a bromance of some degree that looks not straight. I mean, that's kind of the whole spectrum thing. Is like, yeah, in that same respect, I have female friends who like our relationship doesn't seem totally platonic, and it would be whatever. Like, that's same thing there. Pat doesn't want to date Paul anymore. Yeah, the footballiness, no. I'm gonna bleach my eyes with no agent's offense. After this with no agent's offense. Oh goodness. Why is my sultriness too much? One of his outfits is gonna be a football team jersey. Okay, watching football? Hell no. Playing football? Okay, I can play football. That's fine. Someone in like a football outfit in like a sexy way? Sure. Pat's made out with his female friends. Got it. I have. Straight up, I have. I'm thinking saber-toothed tiger. Fake team. Makes sense. T-shirt, not jersey. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Whatever. He doesn't play football. No, it's not you. It's the game. I love these games. No, I very much... Wow, my freaking eye. No. These... On top of bringing me one of my closest and dearest friends, yeah, I very much enjoy this. I don't know. I like how these games make me think about things. Bob's very specifically good at writing in a way that makes you think about the choices that you're making. So it's not just a choose your own adventure. It's like, it's a choose your own adventure and think about why you want to make that choice. To me, anyway. I know not everybody feels that way, but reading some of the reviews and comments from these games, Bob writes in a way that makes a lot of people feel that way. Oh my. Yeah, no, I just credit where credit's due. You and I met because I was playing this game, and I was playing it because it's well written and interesting, and clearly a lot of people think the same. So I'm lucky to be pre-alpha testing this. He kisses you and is standing. It's late. Let's do this again. Text me. You watch him disappear into the bedroom and reappear moments later, fully dressed, before leaving without another word. You sit there for what feels like forever, questions running through your head, before you tell yourself you should head to bed yourself. Isn't this what you wanted? A bit of intimacy with your intimacy? Why did it feel so out of place? I mean, if you haven't experienced it before, then that's fine. That honestly didn't seem strange to me. That seemed on par. You can't shake the thought from your head and give Santi a call. He picks up immediately. Almost immediately. What's wrong? Santi sounds worried, and you realize that calling him may have gotten the wrong impression. You sit on the couch and shake your head. Nothing. I just wanted to sit on the couch and watch TV. He just wanted to sit on the couch and watch TV afterward. Santi's quiet for a moment before he starts laughing. Man, really? Mr. Few Words wanted to cuddle over a rom-com? Santi, I just don't know what to think. Like last time it was rough, but then it felt like he was being caring or something. It was really weird. No, he was showing affection in a way after a situation. Like, it's different. It's different. This is actually not bad etiquette in these situations. You're overthinking it, man. Yes. Maybe he was just a little less rushed tonight, and he normally likes cuddling afterwards. Yes, or now you have a repertoire. He knows that he enjoys doing at least the first bit. Now he got to see if he likes doing the second bit. And he'll see next time if he likes doing the third bit. Which will probably be like a meal or something. It is stranger in the not safe for work build, so maybe I need to extend the first hookup slightly. Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, Paul gives that very strong, I'm just here to use your body vibe. Oh, I forgot this conversation with Santi was here. That solves the problem too. I mean, fair enough. Yeah, no, I was going somewhere with this. Yeah, the next stage of this is probably like a meal. Oh, no, I was having the thought of like the I'm just here to use your body vibes. So like, that's also a thing that a lot of people in those situations like walk the line with, is that especially if you don't know someone and you're coming on very strong with like all these interests and desires and whatever to sort of make things hot, there's definitely the aspect of like, I'm just saying this because it's hot. I don't want this for real. I'm just saying it because it's hot, but don't actually. What's this game even about? It's a slice of, yeah, thank you, Bob. It's a slice of life game, so it's about existing in the world, and also there's guys you can date. Yeah, this is, for all intents and purposes, it's mostly like a dating simulator. But it has a little bit of everything. It's scheduling, it's understanding friendships, understanding how like complicated friendships work, how friendship groups work, how like different ways of experiencing and expressing relationships and stuff work. I will say it's like a different... It has a couple different ventures that Bob hasn't gone into before that I'm excited about. Thanks, Bob. Yeah, he's better at explaining his own games. It's difficult because I don't like calling my games dating sims, because dating is almost an understated part of them, and it's not always the point. That is true. And I will say that very specifically with YAGS, because like I initially played YAGS, it fit into my, it was either Pride Month or Valentine's Day. It was one of them. I was using it as a dating sim, and I ended up with nobody at the end of it. And it was like, oh no, I just experienced like coming out, having a relationship with your roommate, like, and experiencing that, making classroom friends versus like making hangout friends, balancing a relationship with my parents. Like, I did all of that stuff, and I did zero dating. It was October. Oh, really? Okay. I probably had it in my calendar as either a Pride game or a like dating February game. And I ended up just doing it on maybe a day that I was doing dating sims, because I remember that was also the time that I was playing a lot of like Drinks with Abby and, you know, stuff like that. You're overthinking this, man. Okay, cool. You do feel a little silly now that you're talking to Santi. I guess I am. Also, because I know you, don't make this into something it's not. It's just casual, right? Don't catch feelings just because he wanted to cuddle. Correct. And if you want to be open to possibility, be open to possibility. Paul could very, very easily have the same opinion that I do, where if you put relationship on your profile, you get very, very desperate men. Some great men, a lot of the time you get very, very desperate men that a relationship is their identity and they need that to function. So he could totally be open to a relationship, but doesn't want to accidentally attract someone like that. Wait, no, it was February. Okay, I thought so. Our friendiversary is February 27th. Yay. Muffles is trying meatloaf for the first time. I am curious to know how that goes. I recently replayed YAGS again, and God, I had so much fun hanging out with the games group. Yeah, exactly. And see, that was it too, is like I was trying to understand how to play these games through like the transitive property, because I don't know a lot of the game, or I didn't know, I know now, but I didn't know a lot of the games that were in that game. Fuzzy freaking hat. There we go. Okay. Wish me luck. Best of luck with Muffles. Spoilers, yes, Paul is a full dating route. See? I'm so glad that you're on his route. OMG, this route is a mess in the best way. Oh, good! Yes, this is how I date. This is how I date. Next time one of us visits, we'll play the other ones. The other ones we missed IRL. I'm so down. I am so down. Anyway, let's keep going. How long have we been going? Just by the by. Okay, 2 hours. We've been going for 2 hours. I do think I'm gonna real quick grab myself a drink, just because my voice is starting to leave me. So give me minute, 30 seconds, whatever. Actually, side note, So I haven't adjusted my my BRB video yet. Do we want me to replay part of the one from the starting screen, or do we want to just have the BRB screen for like a minute? Because we won't get through the full starting soon one in the amount of time that it'll take me. I'm mostly leaning towards just the BRB screen. Yes, no? Anyone have an opinion? Final thoughts, final words? Final chance to say something? Alright, we're just gonna do the BRB screen. Give me a second. Someone's getting married? Who's getting married? Also, you didn't just hear me crack a soda open, because that would be terrible for my vocal cord. Actually, it wouldn't be terrible for my vocal cords, but it won't help them as much as straight water would. Okay. That was your back, not a soda can. Excuse me, we only drink gay water around here. Oh, right, sorry, that's why I have my gay water. Alright. You think Santi has a point? I guess. Really though, man, don't overthink it. Just enjoy it, and if it's no longer enjoyable, then end it. Thanks, Santi. That makes sense. Good night. As you hang up, your phone dings with some messages from Gabe. Hey. Since Kendra won't be there again this year, and we're not missing Albert, does anyone care if I invite Caleb along? Oh. To the cabin next weekend, I mean. I'll take the couch. He can have my room, so no one else has to move. No one seems to have responded to the question yet, and you wonder if you're all just waiting for someone to make the first move. I hate that in group chats when nobody responds to something. Even if I don't like the person, I still feel super awkward when no one's responded. Ugh. Yeah. Gatorade. Gatorade. I guess there's no reason he couldn't come, and it's not like there isn't sufficient space with the pull-out couch. But Jason and Joe haven't ever invited any of their partners or their kids, so it's also kind of a strange request. Part of you wonders if Gabe and Caleb are unofficially dating or something, but you push that thought out of your head. People are allowed to just have good friends, like me and Santi, and Gabe is always identified as straight, so it's not my place to question that. I guess fine. I'm not sure. I guess it's fine. Your suspicions are proven correct when Joe immediately responds after you. Jason and I have no concerns if you want to invite him. Jason says he seems pretty cool. Gabe seems to be monitoring the thread because he soon responds, thanks. Yeah, that's about half the group there, so a little over half. So even if the rest had a problem with it, if it's like a democracy thing, they're outvoted. If it's a one vote equals no thing, then, you know, maybe wait a second more, but you never know. You put your phone away and turn out the light. At least it's the weekend. Saturday. Catterday. You wake up late on Saturday from an explicit dream about Paul and make yourself a leisurely breakfast. It's the only other person in the group chat is Santi. For now, until Gabe adds Caleb to it. Oh, okay. Well, perfect. Yeah, then everybody is cool. If Santi has a problem with it, then he can get over it. You check your messages as you sip your coffee. You don't have any messages from anyone, and you consider what you should do with your morning. You remember that it's the monthly drag brunch at Marco's, and even though you've already eaten, you wouldn't mind going and enjoying the show. Hitting the gym is also always an option, and getting in some exercise has always made you feel better. Certainly wouldn't hurt after last night, despite Santi's words. You're still feeling strangely conflicted about your evening with Paul. Hit the gym, go to drag brunch by yourself, see if Santi wants to do anything, message Paul. Alright, so in all honesty, I would probably just message Paul. I have been going to the gym lately. I've missed like the last few sessions, which is anytime that I break a gym habit, then it's so difficult for me to get back into it. But in this instance, I would probably just message Paul. For now. Okay, no, I already read that. It feels strange, but somehow reaching out to him seems like it'd satisfy the nagging in your brain. I was just thinking of you. He doesn't take long to respond. Okay, good. Oh, look at that. Want me to come over tonight? You hesitate. You're not sure if it would help or hurt your state of mind at the moment. Although you're not sure what else you'd been expecting when you'd messaged him. Is there a politer message than no? Yes. Be there after dinner. He didn't say anything else, and you consider your options for the morning. Hell no. See if Santi wants to do anything. I'll make it not tonight. Okay, I would be more okay with not tonight. Because if he blew off a message of not tonight, then I'd be like, okay, there's nothing starting right now. Don't get ahead of yourself. But if he responds poorly to no, then I'm like, yeah, no shit, he responds poorly to no. Let's go to the gym. Oh, cool. You spot Gabe on the machines, surprising you. He notices you and waves you over. Gabe looks really good in that tank top. Gabe's fine, but really not my type. I'd be open to it. There's like some yellow flags. Not sure why the thought springs to your mind, but tell yourself you're allowed to appreciate the man, even if he was straight. Oh, wait, yeah, no, that's right. And a glaring red flag, he's straight. But no, that's fine. You can appreciate how attractive your straight friends are. I'm constantly pining after one of my straight friends. And he constantly teases me about it, so it's fine. Hey, bud, good to see you. I know, this isn't my usual place. Figured a bunch of gay guys would have better fitness tips and be better gym partners than my usual place. Yeah. It's funny. Oh my god, my eye. I'm gonna have to ditch my contacts soon. It's funny how many guys realize that they think that they go to the gym to look more attractive to women. And then they realize that they're going to the gym to show off for other men. Or is he? Just ditch your eyes, problem solved. Oh yeah, that's definitely the solution. I'm gonna tilt this down though, because my posture is actually pretty good right now, and I have so much like dead space above my head. You wonder if he also likes all the attention he's getting from guys around the gym. Pat his shoulder. Hope you don't mind people checking you out. Good to see you too. I'm surprised you didn't have Robbie this morning. You know, hope you don't mind people checking you out. Gabe laughs and flexes. Attention is attention. And that's what most straight guys like end up concluding when they realize that they're just showing off for other straight men at the gym. Want to do some reps together? Between the exercising and conversation, you lose track of time, and it's early afternoon by the time you make it home. You make yourself a quick sandwich and check your messages to figure out afternoon plans. There's a message from Santi in the group chat. Hey everyone! Albert left his old Madness the Summoning cards. Madness the Summoning. I was going to burn them, but I thought it could be fun to play. Anyone want to try a game with me today? Not really my thing. Oh, not really my thing, but thanks, from Gabe. I love that game I can teach you. I haven't played before, but I'll learn it with you. Maybe not today. Not really my thing either. I don't really like Magic the Gathering. I haven't really played it, and I'm not really interested. I'm going to say maybe not today. Sure, some other time then. Think of what else you could do this afternoon. Go for a walk in the park, go to the cafe and hang out. Oh, I'm cafe and hang out all day long. No, I will go to a cafe upon occasion and just like write, because I'll look like one of those really pretentious writers. Yeah. Normally you'd ask Santi if he wanted to go with you, but you feel bad countering his gaming request with a different proposal. You decide to go by yourself instead. You head to the cafe, grab a drink, and look around for a place to sit. You spot a familiar face in the corner, sipping a cup of coffee and reading a book. Caleb and I only met briefly. It feels like it would be rude to interrupt him. Muffles liked it, but not as much. I would not like it as much as cheese sticks. Oh, that actually sounds really good. I almost regret not asking Chris or Dorian to make me cheese sticks while I was getting water. You find a table near the window to the cat room and spend the afternoon watching the cats and enjoying your beverage and a muffin. See, we don't have cat cafes out here anymore. There was one like really popular one and then it got shut down. Don't know why. Eventually, you realize you should head home so you're not late meeting Ryan. Meeting Ryan? When am I meeting Ryan? What if we made you meatloaf sticks? The most popular one here closed. The only one left that I'm aware of is the one we visited. I did enjoy that one. Ugh. Oops, that's a typo. Muffles Mulo in translation. He says hi. Hello. And he liked that idea. Meatloaf sticks. You threw together a simple dinner for yourself. You're barely finished eating when there's a knock at the door. I have like a very specific image of Paul in my head, and then I see Dan, and it instantly like jars me for a second. Ugh. You get the door, and he pushes his way in, closes the door behind him, pushes you against the wall, and claims your mouth. Yeah, you're such a good... Oh my, I just put the word together. You're such a good boy. I've been thinking about that all day. I don't like that word. Oh. It's because I reused a variable for Paul. I hope that doesn't screw other things up. Muffles, that doesn't sound great. Ew. Yeah, ew. I don't want to be a vibe kill, but I don't like... I'm not into that, like, play. I don't entertain that very well. And at the same time, I literally was just saying that there's definitely like you're getting hot and heavy and you say things, but you're like, but not really. Not really. I don't really think that. I don't really want you to do that. Oh. I will let it slide this time and say something if he does it again. Show me what you've been thinking about. You first. Strip. No, pass. Dear God, no. You have a good time, and he leaves as quickly afterwards as the first time. This time with a passionate kiss, leaving you alone in bed with the same conflicted thoughts running through your head. There were several things about me just saying that irritated me, that would have made that paragraph like a 2-minute recording. You decide to call it an early night and head to bed. You fall asleep remembering the way Paul had felt against you. Sunday. You wake up from an unexpected homoerotic dream about Gabe. Well, the man is attractive, and it'd been a while since you've gotten laid. No, it hasn't. It was literally that night. I literally went to bed after having gotten laid. Next time, say pass, say no. No, I like Paul. I like Paul. I want to see where it goes with Paul. You remind yourself that he'd be at the park for his workouts this afternoon and wonder if you should go. You grab your phone and find a text from Paul. Hey, can't get away today, but just saying hi. Oh. This is stupid, but just had you in my mind this morning, I guess. You're not sure how to respond to the message, so you send back a simple likewise before putting your phone away. You don't randomly text hookups like that. Is he developing feelings for me? This was just supposed to be casual, no strings attached. It can still be casual. Bruh. You can still have like a friendship and be friends that hook up. Just saying. You push the thoughts out of your head, remembering Santi's words. You get up to pull together some breakfast and are reminded that you should prep some meals for the next few days. You spend a good part of the morning pulling together and packing up easy meals for the early part of the week and doing some general tidying. By the time you finish, it's about time for lunch, and you make a sandwich and check your messages, finding one from Santi. Hey, I was thinking about going to Gabe's park thing again. I'm actually going to try participating this week. Player overthinks this very clearly. Yeah, no. Which, I mean, for the purposes of the game, yes, but IRL, like, no, this is actually fairly common. If you hook up with someone a couple times, then you can either just keep it as is, or you can reach out like, hey, wanna grab lunch? You're not sure whether or not you're interested, but also feel like leaving Santi on his own. Feel bad leaving Santi on his own in the afternoon. Sure, I could do that. I'll come by and get you in a bit. You get yourself ready and Santi grabs you a short while later. As you quick drive to the park, it's a quick drive to the park and you spot Gabe and Caleb chatting while they stretch, while Robbie runs in circles around them. Gabe and Caleb seem to be engrossed in a conversation, and as you make your way over, you can catch snippets of their conversation about that Friday meeting. I guess Gabe and Caleb work together? It makes sense if that's how they met. Santi pokes Gabe's shoulder and Gabe jumps before seeing the two of you. Jesus, Santi. You shouldn't sneak up on a guy like that. Caleb just chuckles. Nice to see you again, Patrick and Santi. They're going to start soon, but I recommend stretching beforehand. Today will be fairly intense. Robbie stops running around and holds his arms up at Santi. Okay. Hey, Yeti! Welcome on in. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, I'm so sorry. My sound alerts apparently are not set up for that. Hey, I may have brought a few lurkers. Lurkers are always welcome here. Yes, for anybody new, I'm Patrick Player 1. I mostly do like post-apocalyptic games, but we also venture into other worlds. Today we are in, technically it is a post-apocalyptic world. Or not a post-apocalyptic world, but it's a dystopian world-esque. This game doesn't specifically pertain to that, although we might get there in this next little bit. But this is a slice of life simulator that I am pre-alpha testing, designed by BobCGames, who, as you can see, is in chat. Yes. How are you doing, Yeti? What were you playing? What were you doing? Patrick Player 1 is playtesting a super alpha build of BobCGames Whip. Yeah, I know what that means. Game Daddy Dating Sim. Work in progress game Daddy Dating Sim. I don't know if I'd even say dystopian. I know it has the mother aspect to it, which from what it sounds like falls into that niche a little bit. It doesn't ruin the world permanently, but not all dystopians have to, in my opinion. The world has an omniscient AI, but she doesn't really interact with humans. Okay, that's fair. That's fair too. Sort of like Alexa. Doing good. Was playing Metroid Fusion. What is Metroid Fusion? Noticed you were streaming and decided to pop by. Well, thank you. Always appreciate you dropping by. Yeah, I hope that was fun. And Okay, I did say that right. Metroid. I was like, did I misread meteor or meteoroid or whatever fusion? But no. Curious about that. It sounds potentially up my alley. Metroid Fusion is the Game Boy Advance version of Metroid. It's a spooky splatformer. I would assume a splatformer is one where like you just fall off regularly and go splat. Platformer. Okay. No, that does sound up my alley. Okay, I dig it. Wait, there's actually a Metroid Fusion? I was being snarky. Wait, no, Fusion, not Fusion, not Fission. I can't read tonight. Yes, Fusion, not Fission. Two different things. Two different things. Splatform is what happens when I fall out of bed. Sounds messy. Mr. Sonny, lift me up. Santi obliges, grabs Robbie, and raises him high in the air as he screams in delight. Maybe it'd be safer if I'm on babysitting duty. Not sure if I'm up for fairly intense, which by your standards will probably actually kill me. Down! Santi sets Robbie down as Gabe shrugs. Definitely not gonna say no to that. Thanks, bud. If you come to the session after our cabin trip, it'll be the first class of a new cycle, so it should be more accessible. Come on, Robbie, let's go find some interesting sticks. Robbie seems unconvinced, but allows Santi to take his hand and lead him off. Caleb returns to stretching, and you do your best not to stare. I do like new Caleb. I did like when Caleb, though, was also Adam. Cute kid. Gabe laughs. Yeah, he's pretty freaking awesome. I'm gonna miss him next weekend. He looks at you. Not that I'm not looking forward to the cabin trip, of course. You said you're getting him during the week now, too. Gabe must notice your confused expression because he laughs. Yeah, Kendra and I reworked our custody arrangement a bit since I got more work from home flexibility. I'm a free man Friday nights and Saturday mornings now. What's got you suspicious? Caleb shakes his head, not looking nearly as happy at the thought as Gabe does. If I had a child, I would try and prioritize them. Gabe shrugs but looks a bit awkward. Well, it means less moving around for him and more continuous time with his mother, so that's not a bad thing for him either. You know? Fair. I might go, I'm tired. Totally get you. It's actually pretty late. And it is a Thursday, I just realized that it's not the weekend. Nah. Have a good night. Oh, speaking of the cabin, Patrick, thank you. Oh, this is me. Speaking of the cabin, Patrick, thank you for including me in your cabin trip next weekend. Gabe grins. No thanks for me. Caleb looks amused. I already thanked you, but thank you again. You look around at the group, not sure if you're really up for such a strenuous workout at the moment. I'll join Santi. Nope, start stretching, bro. But I don't have school anymore. I mean, and that's fair. I don't know. More people, I think, are still apt to stay up during like weekends rather than weekdays, week evenings. Yeah, I need to dip. I have work at 8 a.m. and it's currently 11 p.m. Nah, feel you. Have a good night. Thank you so much again for the raid. Yeah, get some good sleep and good luck at work. You join Gabe and Caleb in their stretches, trying your hardest to focus on your exercises rather than the way either of them are pleasantly filling out their clothes. You want kids, Cal? Caleb shrugs. In the abstract, yes, but it's not a thing I've been putting a lot of thought into, given my given I'm currently unattached. Would you date someone with kids? Caleb shrugs again. I'm not opposed. It's been a while since I've dated a woman with kids, but it's not a deal breaker or anything for me. Gabe nods. I don't know if I could raise a kid who wasn't mine. Gabe, you become less attractive the more you talk. Caleb smiles at him. Well, good thing you have a kid who's yours then, right? Gabe laughs. Yeah, that's true. Caleb looks like he's going to say something else when the instructor's voice booms out of the speaker. You find a spot next to Gabe who grins at you. The workout is a lot more intense than you're expecting, and you mostly drop out partway through. Gabe and Caleb are both dripping sweat by the end, and Caleb takes gulps of water as you meet up with Santi and Robbie. Good workout? Yes, but I'm still glad it's going to reset the next time I'm here. Gabe hits Caleb's arm playfully. Wuss. Robbie runs up to Gabe. Daddy, lift me! Gabe picks him up and lifts him into the air, and Robbie laughs. See, but then that, like... a good dad is so attractive. Caleb shakes his head. I have no idea how you still have energy for that right now. Piggyback! Gabe shakes his head and sets Robbie down. Not right now, bud. Daddy's very sweaty, so this isn't a good time for a piggyback ride. Robbie stares at him for a moment before his mouth falls. I want piggyback! Gabe looks at the rest of us apologetically. I think we'd better be off. It was great seeing all of you. Thanks for the suggestion, Gabe. I'll see you tomorrow, or whenever you're in the office next. Gabe nods and Robbie starts bawling. Come on, bud, let's go home. You watch the two of them walk off in the direction of the parking lot. Caleb takes another large swig of water. I wasn't going to suggest it while Robbie was around, but this feels like a good day for ice cream, doesn't it? Santi looks excited before his expression turns regretful. Oh man, I'd love to get some, but I really need to go do some chores at home. He looks at you, as if anticipating a question. Don't worry, man. Actual chores. Caleb nods. Well, it was great seeing you today, Santiago. Patrick? Ice cream? My treat? Honestly, not having to pay makes it more appealing. That's free ice cream is best ice cream. It's been an expensive couple of weeks. That sounds good, thank you. I should probably go home. That sounds good, thank you. I think I spotted an ice cream stand near the park entrance. Santi nods. Yeah, that place is a little overpriced. I guess taking advantage of all the people in the park on a nice day. But it's pretty good. Anyway, enjoy the ice cream. I'm sure I'll see both of you later. See you next time. I knew it was coming, and I still was like... Catch yourself off guard. It was nice seeing you today, Santiago. You watch Santi walk toward the parking lot as Caleb takes another swig of water. Shall we? The two of you end up on a park bench together with cones, which Caleb had insisted on paying for, looking out over the pond. It was a really nice... this is a really nice park. In general, too, it's a really nice city. He licks his cone and shrugs. I'm glad I moved here. What were you doing before? I do like it here. How's work treating you? What were you doing before? Mostly things for my family. I moved here for the new job. It's the first time I really did something for me, which is maybe a bit silly to say given I'm 41. Oh, Caleb. Ugh. But the job and the move felt like a fresh start. He frowns. Actually, I had a hard time settling into work at first. There's some background there that I would prefer not to discuss at the moment, but a lot of my coworkers were pretty cold to me at first. Fortunately, Gabe didn't seem to care and treated me the same as everyone else at work. And then I'd say aggressively befriended me, but I suppose that's just how he is in general. I know people that try and aggressively befriend, and Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Good golly, Miss Molly. He shrugs again and takes another few licks of his ice cream. Although sometimes his teasing goes a bit too far, but in general, he just seems very kind and friendly. And it's been really nice meeting all of you through him. Yeah, that's definitely Gabe. It's been nice getting to know you too. It's been nice getting to know you too. He nods. You resist the urge to dig further into his work situation, given he seems to be uncomfortable talking about it. Instead, you turn the conversation to safer topics. A while later, you realize it's starting to get dark, and you bid Caleb farewell as you head home for dinner. You make yourself a quick dinner and check your phone as you eat. You've missed a few messages in the group chat. Did you see the new Mars update? Successful landing. I did. And you doubted them. I never said I doubted them. I just said it would have been a lot better if they'd taken some advantage of Mother's stuff. There have been no further responses in the thread, which doesn't surprise you. The topic of Mother has always been a rough one. It wasn't that people didn't acknowledge that an all-knowing, omnipotent AI existed. It was more the fear of what she would do if you crossed her. She'd made that very clear 2 years ago when she'd unceremoniously wiped out a few hundred people, including the wealthy politicians and world leaders that everyone considered untouchable. I don't think that would have been an entirely bad thing, but I am an American. So, you know. I presently have a dictator. Then again, she'd also created life, literally, in the form of androids, so there was nothing that humans knew or could do that was beyond her reach. Regardless, Joel always seemed to push the boundaries with Mother more than others were comfortable with, and this case was no exception. You do feel a bit bad for Joe, though, even if he does somewhat deserve the silent reception. I am experiencing this in real life. There's a person that I am not fond of at all, and he's starting to get the cold shoulder from more people. And I'm like, I feel bad watching it play out. And I still don't like you. Not fond at all of me. It's not you, no. It's someone in the performance world that I have to encounter that I don't enjoy. And yeah, it seems as though, as per usual, other people are not enjoying them either. Thanks for sharing the news. Probably, but isn't there a benefit to doing it ourselves? You do have a point. Don't respond to Joe's message. You do have a point. Thank you. Can we change the subject, please? I'm glad to hear the mission was a success, though. Not a success yet. They've got to get home, too. No further messages seem to come, so you put your phone away, finish your meal, and get yourself ready for bed. You fall asleep with... Oh my god, okay. You fall asleep with Caleb and the conversation about his job on your mind for some reason. Select the calendar execution mode. This can change later in game settings. I will do... Oh, auto-populate? The calendar will automatically select actions for the week and let you tweak them. This can be changed later in game settings. Priority action. The calendar will randomly select between all standard sections. Randomize, gym workout, home relaxation, Santi hangout, accept selection. I'll let it randomize. Yeah, that's fine. calendar tutorial will go here. Work 5 p.m. Ooh. Paul, hangout. The cabin trip is this weekend. Okay, I have 2 days to relax, 1 night with Paul, 1 day at the gym. I actually kind of like that. That's intentional. I haven't implemented the tutorial yet, clearly. No, but that seems pretty straightforward as stands. Social battery 15, change +2, so I'll gain 2 from this. You should call Paul one evening to hang out. Oh, that's a requirement. You can go to the gym any evening. You can hang out with Santi any evening. You can go mingle at the bar any evening, but you can't afford more than once a week. Does that change with your job? Is that something you've implemented? Because I could see like a finance person being able to afford more than a week. But customer service, that changes with your job? Yes! Look at you! Ah! You can call Paul any evening to hang out. Okay, actually, I would prefer that be a bar hangout. And I want to see... Oh. Is that... Can you not pick Paul more than once a week? Some stuff's only once a week. I should make that clearer in the notes. Got it. Okay. Well then. I still would rather go to a bar than the gym right now. You spend your Monday at work calling insurance companies and patients and filing invoices. It's standard. You have some quiet time at home Monday evening. It's rejuvenating. You spend your Tuesday at work calling insurance companies, filing invoices. It's standard. You call Paul and spend some time with him Tuesday. It's as nice as usual. You spend your Wednesday at work calling insurance companies. It's standard. You head to the bar Wednesday. You somehow manage to beat everyone else there, grab your drink, and set up at a table to wait. So what? Santi doesn't seem to hear you. Instead, he's staring off into a corner of the bar. You follow his gaze to see a familiar-looking figure chatting with someone you don't know. Is that Patch? What? What am I about to see? Oh god, okay. Is that Pat? You knew you were in the game. I forgot that I was actually in the game. You don't have a sprite though. Okay, that's fine. Oh. Is that Patrick? Santi immediately looks angry. The fork's he doing? You watch as Patrick gives his companion a quick peck on the lips. He's... Right, I remember this now, because Tyson is the name of my nephew. So that, like, triggered in my brain. He's cheating on Tyson? Based on Tyson's... I know. Based on Tyson's social media, they have an open relationship. I don't know if we should jump to conclusions. Maybe that's not Patrick. Should we tell Tyson? They have an open relationship. I'd assume that this is okay. Santi seems to deflate. Right, duh. Open relationships. Just... That's a thing. I don't know why I jumped to conclusions so quickly. You're pretty sure it's because of the situation with Albert, but you don't want to broach that topic. Santi sighs. Thanks, man. I probably would have done something stupid. He seems to think for a moment. I guess I'm single enough now that I could subscribe to his social media. Tyson's pretty hot, and it sounds like Patrick's on there too. You could subscribe even if you weren't single. He is. Yeah, you could subscribe even if you weren't single. Santi shakes his head. You knew how Albert was with Jealousy Man. Although I guess maybe an eventual next boyfriend wouldn't mind as much. I mean, A, if it's something you're already doing, then it's a little bit harder for them to be like, you have to stop doing this. The two of you watch Patrick whisper in his companion's ear before taking his arm and pulling him toward the exit. Hydrate and stretch. Hydrate. Stretch. I mean, in my opinion, it's also an unhealthy approach to relationships. What do you mean? Oh. Watching your friends' social media stuff? I don't know if I should be glad or disappointed that we weren't noticed. Unless the social media, read OnlyFans, is taking priority over the actual relationship, then watching stuff shouldn't be a problem. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, I have a very biased opinion. But in general, yeah, like watching stuff, living out fantasies, or not living out, but like vicariously engaging in fantasies shouldn't be a problem. I do think it becomes a problem for anyone in general when it takes over too much of your life. But, you know, to each their own. Everyone has sort of that limit. That. Exactly that. You get it. Thought we weren't noticed. Hey, sorry I'm late. Gabe says he's on the way too. Just got here. Go get a drink. What is going on with Gabe's face? And Gabe like jumped in when he is still not present. Oops. Hi, empty Gabe face. It ends up being a nice evening with your friends. You spend your Thursday at work calling insurance companies. It's standard. You have some quiet time at home Thursday evening. It's rejuvenating. You spend Friday at work calling insurance companies. It's standard. Before you know it, it's time for the cabin trip. You leave work early on Friday, grab your packed bags, and drive to Santi's, I didn't finish reading it, but I'm assuming apartment. Or house, or whatever. Friday. You knock on the door to Santi's apartment, and it opens a few seconds later. It's just frustrating me when people are like, watching videos is cheating, or taking care of yourself is cheating. That kind of possessiveness and jealousy is unhealthy. Yeah, I don't understand that, especially because, like, I've been taking care of myself my entire life. I'm not going to ever not take care of myself. And that's just how it is. So for anyone to, like, it's a useful tool for me because if I'm in the mood and my partners are not, or if I'm in the mood and I'm alone, then great. I get my needs met. I'm not imposing or bothering anyone else to get it done. And I can ask if they're interested. I can show that I'm interested, whatever. There can be a problem when your relationship doesn't have any of the other option, which is a whole different conversation. But yes, in general, I'm like, no, you doing things to yourself isn't cheating. That's like along the same lines as when people like, there legitimately are people that like confirm that I'm gay before allowing their girlfriend to be a client. And I'm like, I'm not interested in this. What? Yeah, no, for real. There have been people who, like, I've had boyfriends sit in the room and watch their girlfriend get a massage. I'm like, I don't want to do this. Nope, I'm not going to be watched while I'm working. Thank you. This is the last appointment. Yes, because straight men are incapable of platonically touching a woman. Yeah. Or their woman is not to be trusted and will, like, non-platonically engage with their professional therapist. Yeah. People are crazy. Ugh. Hey, how? Hey, bow? Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Okay, so it's either homophobia or sexism. It's technically both. Bow now, how? You knock on the door, and he opens. Hey, almost ready. Just running through my list one last time. He hands you a backpack. Ooh. Eyes again. That one's ready, though. You load the backpack into the trunk of your car, and he follows a couple minutes later with a cooler and a second backpack. We might be gearing up towards the wrap-up of stream at the end of this trip. Oh yeah, we're almost hitting 3 hours. No wonder I'm getting tired. My room usually has a queen bed, so did you want to share and give your room to Caleb? Sure, that sounds like a good idea. I think I'd prefer my own bed. No, that sounds like a good idea. He nods. I just figured that we've shared a hotel bed before or whatever. And also, selfishly, I miss having someone next to me at night. Totally get that. He stops and blushes. Sorry, not like that. Just a warm body, you know. Not that you're just a warm body, but just, it'd be nice. No, I totally get that. I've platonically, so like there being no ZAGS involved, but being like a connection involved. I've had men and women friends that I've just like cuddled with because it feels nice, and that should be an acceptable friend thing. Give him a hug. He laughs but relaxes into the hug. I just hate when I have a dead person next to me, don't you? Friend cuddles. Oh no! Thanks, man. You always get me. You hold him for a bit before he pulls away. He throws the cooler into the trunk. Well, let's get out of here. This trip feels long overdue. Oh, look at everybody. By the time you and Santi pull up to the cabin, Jason and Joe are already there, starting to unload their car. Gabe and Caleb seem to have just arrived, and Caleb holds up his hand in greeting as he steps out of his car. Santi waves back. Hey man, hope the drive was uneventful. It was, thanks bud. Caleb just nods as he squints up at the cabin with an expression you can't interpret. That's a nice cabin. Gabe laughs. It definitely is. We just rented it from some company for the weekend. It doesn't belong to any of us. I wish it did. I'd be up here all the time. Gabe winks at Caleb. Maybe Caleb could buy it for us. Everyone shifts uncomfortably, but Caleb doesn't seem to acknowledge the comment. What should I help carry in? Jason seems to seize on the new topic. I could use help with the cooler in our trunk. I'm on it. You glance at Santi, who rolls his eyes and grabs some bags from your trunk. You join him in unloading the vehicle. You bring the groceries inside, followed by your bags, and Santi seems to remember something. Oh, Gabe, Patrick and I were going to share my big bed this year, so you can take his room. You don't have to sleep on the couch. Oh, right, because Gabe was going to sleep on the couch, Caleb was going to take his room. Right. Okay. Gabe looks briefly taken aback, then grins. Trying to tell us something, Santi? Santi sticks his tongue out at Gabe. Yes. You always leave your sleeping area a mess, and I'd like it if we didn't have to clean up your bedding every time we wanted to use the couch. Chris has taken to sleeping in the bedroom, or in the living room, because it's much cooler out there, and he leaves the bedding. He leaves the couch like pulled out and everything. Ugh. Caleb chuckles quickly before looking guilty. It gets me every time. Apologies. Gabe slaps his back and Jason laughs. Don't be. In any case, I was thinking it was time for dinner. Past time, really. I thought you'd never ask. Yeah, I could eat now. A question? I could as well. But a newbie question? We have a lot of groceries, and how do all of you usually handle cooking? Patrick usually cooks, and the rest of us do the dishes. Ah. Well, not to step on your toes, Patrick, but I'm also happy to help out in the kitchen. Joe grins at him. Trying to get out of dish duty? Caleb shrugs. I'm also happy to do the dishes. Cooking and cleaning. Are you single or looking? Joe hits him, but it's playful. Caleb blushes slightly. I just appreciate being invited to join all of you, especially so last minute. Then I propose our traditional opening night game of poker while Caleb and Patrick feed us. Jason snickers and Joe hits him, less playfully this time.
Sweetheart.
Yes, I'm sure you'd love that, sweetheart. Caleb joins you in the kitchen, and you decide, I gotta say, I love the voices. Like, the other actors are very, I like them. Caleb joins you in the kitchen and you decide on a quick meal of pasta and meatballs. Caleb pulls the bag of frozen meatballs out of the freezer. I'm mildly disappointed that we're not making meatballs. Not that I'm judging, of course. I just feel the process I just find the process relaxing. Mushing the meat and breadcrumbs and eggs and spices around, rolling them into balls, pan frying, and then baking them. Frozen does seem like the right answer, though, so you don't get tied up too much in the kitchen during the trip. And it'll be faster tonight since everyone's hungry. I've never made meatballs. That sounds fun. Caleb looks a bit surprised. Well, we should remedy that sometime. I'm making meatballs tomorrow. Hubby wanted meatball pasta. Oh, what a coincidence. He grabs a pot from the cabinet. Ready to cook? Should I make the sauce? Looks like I just dump the jar into a pot and stir until done. I can throw the meatballs in to simmer with it so it's more flavorful. You let Caleb handle the pasta and sauce while you chop vegetables for a simple salad. Do you cook a lot at home, Patrick? I kind of have to. Yeah, I enjoy it. Yeah, it's a bit depressing eating in a restaurant by yourself. Disagree. It's so great eating in a restaurant by yourself. I need to do it again. I think the last time I did it was like a week and a half ago or something. But it's so nice. It's so nice. Just was it? Yeah, it was. Yeah, no, I will typically like at least once a week go, even if it's just like McDonald's, just like take myself, sit down in a place just by myself and have a little date with myself. I kind of have to. My job doesn't pay the greatest. I do a lot of meal prep because it's easier and cheaper to make meals in bulk. It's definitely unfortunate that you're in that position. You're both quiet for a bit. I suppose I just find cooking relaxing in general. Maybe because it's so different from the job. I get to make something really concrete with my hands and can enjoy the results afterwards. You're wondering if it'd be polite to ask him more about his personal life or his experience at work when he starts talking again. In any case, I think the sauce is ready and the pasta should be done in less than a minute. Do we plate things up or let everyone serve themselves? You set the food out, Jason sets the table, and everyone else helps themselves to pasta and salad.
Can we talk about this?
I have an announcement, and there's not really a great way to work it into conversation, so I'll just say it. Philip and I broke up a few days ago, and I'd appreciate it if we didn't bring him up again. Gabe scoffs. You know what? Good riddance. I never liked that guy for you anyway, J2. And what the fork's been up with our group recently anyway? Albert, Philip, Kendra, even though she's been a while. Stop talking, Gabe. Gabe knows better than to argue with Jason, but shakes his head anyway. You glance over at Santi next to you, and he smiles back at you reassuringly. Patrick, Santi, anything interesting happened lately at work? Okay, yeah, there we go. The conversation moves on to more comfortable topics, and after some post-meal poker, where Santi trounces everyone, only you, Santi, and Gabe are left in the main room. You sure you don't want me to crash out here, bud? Santi looks at you and you smile at him. He turns back to Gabe and shakes his head. Nah, it's really fine, man. Well, thanks. I'll probably call it a night then. See you tomorrow. You follow Santi to your shared room. He closes the door behind you and seems to think for a moment. Sorry, can we talk about something? Of course. You sit on the bed and he sits next to you. Sorry, I've just been... It's stupid. Whatever it is, it's not stupid. I'm here for you. Whatever it is, it's not stupid. Thanks. There have just been a lot of moments over the past week or so where I've been wondering if I'm doing the right thing with Albert. You resist the urge to chime in and tell yourself to let Santi finish his thought. I mean, Albert's an ass, more than an ass, but life still feels really different without him, and not in a good way. I think he's been feeling the same thing too, because the last time we talked, he seemed almost regretful. And we're doing this split without lawyers, and he's being more than fair in how we're dividing things up, so this is a mistake. This is a mistake. Oh, I have to, my character has to be silent, but no. I don't care how amicable you are. I don't care how amicable you are. Always use a lawyer. Always use a lawyer. Always get everything in writing. Because people will do this. And it's not everybody, I know, but it's always better to cover yourself. People will do the thing where they say one thing to your face, thinking that they'll sway you to give them another chance or whatever. And then when you get to the point where they realize oh, you thought I was serious about everything. Well, no, if there's no chance of us getting back together, I'm just gonna, I want to rewrite all of this. Yeah, it's always better to do things with lawyers and with it writing. I know it's the wrong thing to do, but part of me feels like I should be giving him a second chance or trying to reconcile or something. No, definitely not. He laughs. I think I actually needed that. I keep reminding myself of it, but I needed to hear it from you too. Sometimes we need that. Pat has experience getting divorced. Got it. I don't personally have experience getting divorced, but I've definitely I've had people that have made a lot of promises to me, and then when it came right down to it and they realized I wasn't giving them a second chance, they thought that they could just change everything. I'm like, no. You said this. You're not adjusting that because you didn't get your way. We were supposed to grow old together, And being here especially is a reminder of how that's no longer going to happen. A reminder on top of all the other reminders. It's totally okay to mourn the loss of the life that you were going to have, or that you thought you were going to have. That's totally fine. But mourn it and move on. He shakes his head. Sorry, I just needed to get that out there. He smiles at you. Don't worry, I won't go crawling back to him, man, I promise. He yawns and stretches. Anyway, we should probably go to bed too. Jace will be all about that early hike tomorrow morning. You sure you're doing okay? Give him a hug. Give him a hug. He laughs and hugs you back. You know, I needed that. Well, that and everything else. So just thanks for everything, man. You fall asleep surprisingly easy that night, with Santi's body heat surprisingly comfortable on the other side of the bed. Saturday, Catterday. Hello, everybody. As promised, Jason gets the group up early the following morning for a hike. It isn't long before you, Caleb, Jason, and Joe are far ahead of Gabe and Santi. Have you been out in the woods? Have you been out in the woods like this before, Caleb? Caleb nods, but seems to hesitate a bit before answering. I have. It's a nice change from the bustle of the city. Gabe was saying you come out every year. Joe nods. Yeah, it started out as Jason and Santi and Patrick thing. They've been friends forever, and after Santi got married, we adopted the boys, and they wanted a bit of a guys' weekend to reconnect. Jason grabbed Joe and pulled him against his side. And then Gabe kind of invited himself. Caleb chuckles. That sounds like Gabe. Jason nods. So I brought Joe, and then Santi brought Albert, and Gabe brought Kendra, and it wasn't such a small thing anymore, so we found this cabin and have been coming here ever since. We were trying to decide what we'd do about Robbie once he got old enough, since we never brought our kids here, and I know Gabe wanted to bring Robbie, but then that didn't end up being a thing. Yeah, he and I have talked a bit about that. Gabe was saying that Robbie... What's this about Robbie? Gabe runs up behind you and slaps Caleb's back. Jason glances back down the trail. Should we wait for Santi? Gabe shakes his head. No, Santi headed back for the cabin. What's this about Robbie? I was just saying that you were saying that you were looking forward to bringing Robbie here, but not quite yet. Ah, yeah. Someday, when he's older, it'd be nice. I could take him hiking like this. He's really only ever known the city and cars and traffic and stuff. You say that like the city's nothing but cars and traffic. Gabe holds his hand out and indicates your surroundings. Compared to this, it definitely is. Caleb chuckles. Oh, okay. Can't argue with that. I don't know if I prefer the boys here or not. It feels different now that they're both off in college and we don't see them as much. Well, not on this trip, hun. This is kind of the adults group. Right, I meant when we do trips with just us. They haven't been interested in nature for a while though, so it's been a few years. You adopted kids? Jason and Joe both nod. Yeah, Aiden and Keith. They're both in college now. I did that wrong. Whatever. I like to joke that as we approached that time when they'd move out, we started planning on replacing them with dogs. Caleb chuckles. I've never had kids, but I suppose I understand the sentiment. It must be really different with them out of the house. Jason shrugs. The dogs are more work than kids.
Sweetheart.
I'll point out that you were the one who wanted a border collie, honey. And then we also got a golden retriever. I didn't say it was a bad thing. Gabe stops walking and looks at a small signpost nailed to a tree. I think this is the turn we want to make a loop. I think this is the turn if we want to make a loop. We probably should head back towards the cabin anyway. Have some breakfast and give Santi some company. The walk back is uneventful, and Santi emerges from the kitchen when you arrive, carrying a plate of French toast and another plate of bacon. Welcome back! Figured I'd get a head start on breakfast, since I assumed you'd all be hungry when you got back. That smells delicious, Santi. Thank you. Need any help? Thanks, man, but the first batch is ready. So just sit and eat. The rest of you sit at the table and dig in, and soon Santi brings out a second plate of French toast and joins you. This is actually really good, Santi. Santi laughs. Actually, you say that like I haven't picked up anything from hanging out with Patrick over the years. Or, you know, like I don't do the cooking for, Gabe thankfully grins and interrupts. Speaking of, why don't gay guys date their best friends anyway? You clearly get along. I mean, you're both single now. You'd be Gabriel. Gabe shuts up and turns back to his French toast, and Santi just laughs again and gently pats your arm. I will point out that being compatible as friends doesn't mean you're compatible as partners, which is very true. Gabe shrugs, but suddenly looks uncomfortable. Jason drags Gabe off after breakfast to do the dishes, and you sit with Joe, Caleb, and Santi in the main room. Jason was thinking about a swim in the lake in the afternoon. Anyone have any thoughts for the morning? I probably wouldn't join everyone in the swimming, so I might just have a quiet afternoon here. I don't have any thoughts in the morning, though. I could be up for another hike, maybe something a little easier than this morning. Joe looks at him surprised. Actually, Santi shrugs. I'm realizing that I have a big homebody, that I was a big homebody during my marriage, and I'm trying to change that. Do more outside the house. Well, I'm sure Jason would be more than up for that, and Gabe would join you. Personally, I wouldn't mind a quiet morning before we hit the lake. I would enjoy that. Hiking sounds good to me, unless you want some company, Joe. Joe waves his hand dismissively. Do what you want. I have a book I can curl up with here. You could be up for a hike, but you feel bad leaving Joe by himself in the cabin. Nah, give him some alone time. Then as soon as Jason Gabe... What about me? Santi sticks his tongue out in Gabe's direction as he and Jason walk back into the main room. Not everything's about you, man. Everyone except me was going for a hike, and I assume that includes you. Hell yeah. Santi stands from the couch. Then what are we waiting for? Jason chuckles. Sure, we can go now. Joe stands and heads in the direction of his and Jason's room. Have a great time, everyone. You follow everyone else out and Jason picks a trail. Despite Jason clearly trying to slow down and keep pace with Santi, he and Gabe are soon a reasonable distance ahead of you. Caleb seems engaged in conversation with Santi, not minding the slower pace. Keep Santi company. You slow down further and Santi smiles at you as you join up with him and Caleb. Thanks, man. Sorry I'm not as fast as everyone. It's nice to be out here and just enjoy the outdoors. Don't feel like you have to rush. Well, still, thanks to both of you. Normally I would just keep this to myself, but talking about things recently has really helped. So I was talking to Caleb about how Gabe was giving me divorce advice this morning. But what Gabe said didn't feel useful. We don't really know why Gabe and Kendra split, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't because either of them cheated on the other. And they had to work out custody for Robbie, and they had lawyers and everything, and Gabe sounded almost guilty when he was talking about it. I mean, to an extent, that sounds fair, because to an extent, when you have to get lawyers involved with anything, you have to almost assume, like, that someone in some way finds you guilty of doing something wrong. Was it useful to commiserate with him at least? Why would he feel guilty? No idea. Kendra's always super outspoken, so whatever happened between them couldn't have been Gabe's fault, right? She would have let us hear the end of it. She wouldn't let us hear the end of it. I don't think even Jace knows why they split, and Gabe talks to Jace about everything. Anyway, I was curious, of course, but also just wanted useful advice, even though it's still not really a subject I want to really talk about, which I'm doing a terrible job of anyway, since I'm bringing it up now. What did Gabe say? A lot of, you really need a lawyer to to advocate for you, and you should trust each other, or you should trust him even if he you shouldn't trust him even if he promises it'll be fair. Correct. Gabe has a lot of red flags. He is correct in this. But it really feels like Albert's trying to be fair. We already had separate bank accounts and everything, and it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Hey, yo. Anybody watching this? Some marriage and divorce advice. Just because you have separate accounts doesn't mean that that money is just yours. Like, in the relationship, if y'all decide that that's the money that you pull from and that's the money that they pull from, pass a divorce and marriage lawyer. Got it. Well, no, like, in this instance, yeah, they can still come after assets, like any assets, no matter whose name's on it, no matter what you've decided previously. Like, if he has $200 in an account and you have $2,000 in an account, it doesn't matter if during your marriage you decided that you pulled from those accounts when you did things. He can still say, no, 1,000 of that's mine. When a friend got divorced, she got half of her ex's 401k. Exactly. So this tracks. Yeah, no, literally. All assets are on the table. This right here, what Santiago's saying, doesn't matter. We had separate bank accounts. We rented the apartment. Like, doesn't matter if you think that what you're dividing is equal. Like, have someone to legally advocate for you. Doesn't matter if you're getting along with your ex. Like, if you are and everything seems fair, that's great. You still need a legal advocate for you that can say to the county, to the judge, to whomever, like, this is what they agreed upon, and I am the person making sure that this is what my client walks away with. If you're really amicable, they shouldn't care that a lawyer is overseeing things. Just saying. Like, I'm getting bad vibes from Santiago's divorce right now. Just from this. I'm getting really bad vibes that there's going to be a part of the story where Albert's like wanting to take Santiago back, and when Santiago says no, the divorce is going to fall apart, and he's going to make it really hard for Santi later. It's just what I'm feeling is going to happen. We had separate bank accounts and everything, and we rent the apartment anyways, so there's not really as much for us to have to divide up. That's so not true. Everything in that apartment is a divisible asset if you were married. Everything in that apartment, everything in any account you have, everything that you have to your name is a divisible asset. I just don't want it to drag on, you know? Agree on how we divide our shared accounts and be done. And you can do that quickly with a lawyer. Like, he's given me all of one shared account and most of another. I could maybe do better, but it'd be lawyers. Yes, and lawyers are needed in this. And Gabe made that part sound utterly miserable. It doesn't matter. It's miserable if you fight it. If you guys have a clear agreement, at baseline, most states, if you have a clear agreement, you draw it up and you get it notarized. Good. It cannot be changed. A lawyer needs to step in to try and change it. So at bare minimum, you need to be doing that. But a lawyer doesn't have to be a miserable process. The people involved make it miserable, not the lawyers. He tried to renegotiate support with Kendra like 4 times now. That's something that you don't need to worry about because you don't have a child. Things like support are very important to get on paper, and it's really important that you track why that money is necessary and why one can or cannot provide that amount. Totally different thing than just equitable division of assets. You did most of the housework, so you should get more. Albert was the one who destroyed the marriage. You should get more. It makes sense you don't want to drag this out. I don't like any of these. Spoilers, you'll be happy to know that Santi and Albert get a lawyer to formalize the division of assets, but not to argue with each other. Good. I'm glad. But I love this speech from you. People like back themselves into corners because like a predatory partner tries to do this. And sometimes it's totally fine. Like I ended a relationship where I let them keep almost everything because I just A, didn't want to fight about it, and B, I was moving. So I'm like, I'm not going to need any of this like it's easier on me to buy a new bed than it will be for me to lug a like 100-pound bed across state lines. So like sometimes it's totally above board and it's fine, but not always. It's always better to cover yourself. It makes sense that you don't want to drag this out. Santi nods. I also, stupid, but I don't want him to hate me. Even if we can't be friends again, I don't want him to hate me. That feels very human. He's someone you loved for a long time. He's someone I know I shouldn't, but, man. Caleb seems to think for a moment. My sister cheated on her husband a few years back. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, but don't be. She made her choice, whatever her reasons. But my point is, she never stopped loving him. Even through the divorce and afterwards now, she still loves him. And I don't talk to him as much, but I'm pretty sure he still loves her too. 2 people can love each other, even if the best thing for them is to be apart. I just meant that you don't want him to hate you because despite everything, he still means a lot to you. Santi stops walking for a moment. Before you know what's happening, he's buried his face in your chest and is sobbing. Pat gets all the furniture in a divorce. Got it. Yes. That's my big thing. That's exactly what I always want to take. No, my big thing is animals. Like, animal division. That's the most important thing to me is, are they going to be with the person that will treat them the best and get them the best care? Europe is back while Caleb looks guilty. Apologies. I didn't mean to upset you. Santi shakes his head, taking a bit to calm down again. No, you're right. I needed to hear that. Even if it's difficult to hear. Thank you. Santi wipes his nose on his sleeve and shrugs. Sorry, I'm keeping us. Don't worry about it. It's a nice day. Still. You start walking again, and you and Caleb follow. Caleb still looks a little guilty. You round a bend on the trail and almost run into Gabe, who's standing there chatting with Jason. Gabe opens his mouth to say something, but Jason elbowed him in the side. You okay, Santi? Santi nods. Yeah, sorry, just a little slower today. Are we almost back? We're probably 2/3 of the way down this trail. Santi nods. Great, let's go. If you need to stop for a bit. No, let's finish the hike, and I'll collapse back at the cabin. The rest of us walk in uneventful. And as you approach the cabin, Gabe asks about lunch, which spurs a good-natured argument. Salmon isn't a lunch food. Hey, J2, the fish is the most likely to spoil, right? We should eat it first. Everything's in the fridge. Another few hours or another day won't make a difference. Joe looks at you and shrugs. Assuming Patrick is cooking, I think the menu is up to him. Jason laughs. Passing responsibility, sweetheart? Joe smirks.
Yeah.
Call it delegating. Hey, Patrick, you're gonna make the fish, right? Would you like some help in the kitchen, Patrick? I nod, someone thankful that the decision won't be entirely on your shoulders. Gabe yells after you as you and Caleb head to the kitchen. Also, the fish can't really go on the grill, and we should grill tonight. You can grill salmon? What is he talking about? Caleb opens the fridge and freezer and looks at the options. Well, it is a nice night for grilling, and the burgers and chicken would probably work well for that. I'm assuming you don't have any wooden planks we could grill the salmon on. Oh, okay, fair enough. Maybe Gabe's right and we should make it for lunch? Make the salmon. That makes sense. Caleb helps prepare some veggies, and the two of you rejoin everyone in the main room while it bakes. Well, salmon it is. Santi makes a face while Gabe grins. Yes, thanks, bud. Everyone makes small talk while the fish cooks, and you grab it once it's finished. Everyone grabs a plate and sits around the table.
Thank you.
Thanks for cooking, Caleb and Patrick. Patrick did most of the work. I'm just glad to help. The meal is pleasant and uneventful. After everyone's finished eating, Jason stands and stretches. Joe and I will handle the dishes, but first, I think it's time for a dip in the lake. Gabe seems to perk up at this. Yeah. Let me grab my swimsuit. Santi stands as Gabe runs to his room and almost immediately returns with his swimsuit. Sure, I'm in. I'll just settle down here with a book, unless anyone else wants to join me for something. Oh. Can't handle the cold water, Cal? Caleb shrugs. Just not a fan of swimming in lakes, for whatever reason. I prefer a pool. Then you'll have to show me the pool in your building sometime. I bet it's heated. I'm in too. I think I'll stay here with Caleb. Spoil sport. Joe grabs Jason's hand and pulls him towards their room. We'll be right back then. Jason winks and Santi seems to both laugh and blush. Well, I'd probably better get changed. Same. Santi disappears into his room while Gabe disappears into the bathroom. I'm gonna grab a book. Excuse me. You nod as Caleb disappears into your room. You sit down in an armchair. Santi returns a few moments later in his swimsuit as Caleb reappears holding a book. Wow, Santi looks good. New swimsuit? No, but I'm trying to remember now when I last wore it. He grabs some of the fabric and stares at it, thinking. Then he shrugs. It's been a while anyway. Caleb lies back on the couch with his book. His shirt rides up a bit, exposing a tantalizing sliver of flesh and fur. You try your best not to stare. Gabe emerges from the bathroom, looks at Caleb, and grins. I still can't believe you're in a place like this and you want to read. Caleb shrugs. It's a serene environment. It's ideal for relaxation. Gabe nods before shifting uncomfortably. Oh, I have to pee. Uh-huh, interesting. He disappears back into the bathroom. Santi stares at the closed door. That was weird. Jason and Joe emerge from their room. Jason and Joe are pretty attractive. Actually, Jason's pretty attractive. Actually, Joe's pretty attractive. I need a boyfriend. Jason and Joe are pretty attractive. I dig the tattoos. You're not sure why your brain is still fixated on thinking about your friends in that way, and you shake the thought aside. No, Gabe? He had to use the restroom. Jason shakes his head. Gabe, we're leaving without you. He lays a hand on the doorknob, ready to make good on his threat, when Gabe practically sprints out of the bathroom. I'm here, I'm ready. He stops behind Jason and stares at his back for a second. New tattoo, Jay? Jason rolls his eyes, and you follow Gabe's gaze to a small yellow flower on Jason's lower back. You're not sure how you'd missed it earlier. Yes. I made that really raspy. Yes. You didn't tell me. It wasn't a big deal. Let's go. He opens the door and starts walking out, but Gabe doesn't seem willing to give up that easily. What is it? Why a flower? Jason starts laughing as he follows them out the door, Santi close behind. It's an inside joke. I love inside jokes. Oh, bye Cal, bye Patrick. The door shuts behind Santi, ending your ability to follow the conversation. Caleb looks up from his book as the door shuts. Did you have any plans for the afternoon? Did you have something in mind? Actually, I brought some Madness the Summoning decks. It's been a while since I've managed to play with anyone. Happy to teach it, but it's entirely up to you. Sure, I'd love to learn. Great, I made some basic decks that should be good to start with. He disappears into the room and quickly reappears with a couple small deck boxes, handing you one of them before grabbing some cards from the other. Okay, this is an energy card. It's kind of the most important card in a lot of ways. The two of you spend the afternoon playing together, swapping decks after a while, and Caleb seems relaxed in a way you didn't think you've seen him before. He chuckles as you land the killing blow on him in a game. Nice job, you're a quick study. I'm glad the decks seem pretty evenly matched. Thanks for playing. He glances at the clock. Ready to cook? Not sure when everyone was heading back, but might make sense for us to start the grill soon, so it has time to heat up. The two of you make your way outside. As soon as you light the grill, everyone else walks up the trail from the river. Smells good. We just lit the grill. There's nothing on it yet. Gabe looks panicked for a second before grinning. I mean, the woods. I love the smell of the trees. We should shower since we've been swimming. Yeah, I'll see you afterward. Gabe quickly disappears into the cabin. Jason stares after him, confused. Goodness, excuse me. So, Joe and I will do the dishes for lunch while you grill. Thanks for cooking. Everyone else follows Gabe into the cabin. Caleb disappears for a bit before reappearing with the burgers and chicken, along with some veggies cut for grilling. He's quiet for a bit as the food cooks, staring off into space before he breaks the silence. A question? Can I ask you something that might be awkward? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. You're not sure how you feel about a question with that kind of lead-in, but nod. Gabe is straight, right? You frown, not having expected that question. Apologies. I know he has an ex-wife and kid, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's straight. He shakes his head. No, never mind. Don't answer that. I put you in an awkward position with that question, and that wasn't fair of me. I just thought maybe he was out to you and Jason and all. You can ask yourself, as far as I know, he's straight. Okay, but is there a reason you're asking? As far as I know, he's straight. I don't think any of us were really ever closeted, but when Gabe found out we were all gay, he always went out of his way to reassure us that it didn't matter to him, and even though he was straight. Caleb nods. Okay. Thank you, Patrick. He spears a chicken breast and stares at it. This appears to be cooked. Should we eat? You two bring the food back inside and everyone digs in. Dinner is an uneventful but pleasant affair. Afterward, Gabe and Santi do the dishes before Gabe, more or less, forces everyone into a game with poker. Complete with shots every time you win a hand. Sounds fun. Caleb brings out some whiskey, one regular bottle, and a particularly expensive one. And you're unsurprised when Gabe starts drinking Caleb's good bottle. Joe and Jason stick with their usual beer, and Joe forcibly suggests Santi switches to beer after a run of good hands leaves Santi shooting a fair number of whiskey shots. Fair enough, been there. After another loss, Gabe throws his card in the air, grinning as they fall down around him. Let's play something more interesting than poker, like spin the bottle. Jason shrugs and tosses his cards on the table, not caring whether they land. Why not? I'm too drunk to really keep a good poker face anyway. Let's play Truth or Dare. Santi laughs. What are you, 12? Besides, we already know everything about each other. Not our deepest, darkest secrets. He waggles his eyebrows for effect. And besides, Caleb is new. Jason looks over at Caleb sympathetically. Caleb, for his part, seems nonplussed, taking another sip of his whiskey. Don't let Gabe rope you into anything you're uncomfortable with. That's kind of his thing. Come on, Cal, be a sport. We never even agreed that we're playing this. Gabe doesn't respond, instead grabbing an empty beer bottle, setting it on the floor in front of him, and spinning it. A small amount of beer must be left in the bottle because the motion flings it out onto the floor. Caleb seems to have enough presence of mind to wipe it up with a paper towel. That's spin the bottle, Gabe. You're making a mess. Jason grumbles, but nevertheless grabs his bottle and sits on the floor. Joe sits next to him, starting to form a circle with him and Gabe. Santi giggles and downs the rest of his last glass of whiskey before plopping down on the floor next to Gabe. Let's do this. Caleb shrugs and takes a seat next to Joe. You notice Gabe seems especially pleased that Caleb's playing. Jason points at the bottle, which has stopped spinning and is pointed at you. Your spinner landed on Patrick, and he isn't playing. Oh, he's definitely playing. You're not sure how you feel about the game, but you figure there isn't anything you could be asked or say or do that would be too embarrassing, and you don't want to ruin the mood. Or maybe that's just the alcohol talking. You shrug and sit down on the floor, and Gabe grins. Patrick, if you had to date one of us, who would it be? I didn't say whether I was doing truth or a dare. Santi giggles and clumsily reaches for a bottle of beer, knocking it, fortunately still sealed, over. One of us? We're all a mess and Patrick could do better. Gabe shrugs as Jason grabs the beer, uncaps it, and hands it to Santi. I said what I said. What happened to the dare option? I dare you to tell us which of us you date, Patrick. That's not how this works. Unless you're playing truth or truth. Pick truth or dare first, Patrick. Gabe makes a shushing motion with his hand. All I hear is Patrick not answering the question, and none of you isn't a valid answer. So, who will it be? Santi starts to say something else, but Gabe shushes him too and looks at you expectantly. You, Gabe, Jace, J2, Santi, Caleb, Paul. It was a real answer. Okay. Santi looks worried while Gabe frowns. Patrick. That's not a valid answer. Jason shakes his head. You're already breaking the rules of the game, Gabe. It's a fine answer. Your spin, Patrick. You spin the bottle and it lands on Jason. Truth, I guess. You consider what you want to ask. Who's your celebrity hall pass? How do you want to No! Who's your celebrity hall pass? Yeah, like Jay would need a hall pass. Gabriel. Jason's voice is a warning, and Gabe shuts up, taking a sip of his whiskey instead. I feel like I'm going to get judged if I say Harry Styles. Why? Good choice, babe. Jason shrugs. I think it's the age difference. I think that makes it seem kind of weird. But also, like, I would hit... because he's someone Chloe would be into. Not you and me. Dean's daughter? Jason nods.
Okay.
Talent is universally appealing. And forking hot. Good choice. Jason grabs the bottle and leans over to give Joe a quick kiss. Thanks, honey. He spins the bottle and it lands on Caleb. Dare. I dare you to tickle Joe until he laughs.
Uh-huh.
Joe gives Jason a dubious look. Babe. He claims he's not ticklish, and he's never been able to and I've never been able to do it. Maybe you'll have better luck. Santi looks confused. So if Joe doesn't laugh, has Caleb failed the dare? What does that mean? Caleb shrugs and sets his glass down. I'm up for it if you're up for it, Joe. If I fail, you'll figure out what happens then. Joe shrugs and sets his bottle of beer down. I'm more worried that you'll succeed and Jason will know your technique. How about we do this in the other room? Jason grumbles and looks like he wants to object, but shakes his head. Fine. I just want to know it's a possibility. I can figure it out on my own. Joe and Caleb disappear into Joe and Jason's bedroom. You can hear indistinct conversation for a second before Joe shrieks and clearly starts laughing. Jason looks more than a little curious as Joe and Caleb rejoin the circle, and Joe gives Jason a kiss on the cheek. We'll never tell. Also, I think we're going to need to put some limits on your attempts, sweetie. Like, no surprise attempts. Jason mumbles agreement, and you swear Caleb looks accomplished as he grabs his whiskey and takes a sip. Oh, right. My spin. Caleb gives the bottle a spin and it stops on Gabe. You're not sure whether Gabe looks worried or amused by the result. Truth or dare, Gabe? Gabe takes a swig of his whiskey, seemingly thinking. Truth. Oh god, I know where this is going. How did you and Jason meet? I've been curious because it doesn't seem like you'd have crossed paths naturally, but it hasn't felt like there's been a good opportunity to ask. Jason grumbles and takes a swig of his beer. Gabe spilled an entire drink on me. You didn't tell Caleb to ask Gabe, so he isn't asking. I see what you did there. Okay. Fair enough. Also, definitely done this to people. Multiple people. Gabe and Santi both laugh. Yeah, that's about right. J and J2 and everyone were at this bar because Bobby's was closed for repairs. Gabe makes a shushing motion in Jason's direction. And I was there with my now ex-wife, I guess, and I was clumsy and stumbled with my drink and spilled it on him. Santi giggles. Oh, that was why they ended their marriage, because he came out. Okay. Santi giggles. And then you basically forced your way into our group, and you and Jace have been besties ever since. Gabe looks almost concerned for a moment before he's grinning. You may be correct. I bring much needed charisma to the group, thank you. Excuse you, no? Anyway, I think that's the answer to your question. My turn. He grabs the bottle and spins it and seems almost giddy when it lands on Joe. Hey, J2, truth or dare? Truth. Why do you and Philip break up? You two were like, bro! Dude! Party foul! Flag on the field! Like, no! Nope. Achievement. That wasn't weird. Jason's on his feet faster than you would have expected, looming over Gabe and glaring down at him. That's the end of the game. But Santi takes a swig of beer and seems to accidentally inhale it instead, and goes into a coughing fit. As he does, he somehow manages to shatter the bottle on the floor and falls onto it. Oh god. His coughing turns into a scream, and Joe's up in a flash, kneeling next to Santi and helping him back up. The next few minutes are a blur, but eventually you find yourself sitting in a strangely quiet living room with Gabe, Caleb, and Jason. Feeling like you're not nearly sober enough for this, Gabe breaks the silence. Fork. Jason pats his back. Joe's got it under control. He said it was just a small cut and wasn't deep. Yeah, that's good. Seriously though, Joe, Joe had one request, and you had to violate it. You owe him an apology, Gabriel. Yeah, I know. Why would you... Could we not do this right now, please? I know I forked up. Jason grumbles, but seems to give it to him. I just want to go to bed. Jason sighs. Sure, fine. We'll talk tomorrow. You head back to your and Santi's room as everyone else trickles back to theirs. Maybe thanks to the alcohol, you're out the instant your head hits the pillow. Sunday. You wake up with a pounding head and a painful Charlie horse, and you rub your aching calf as you curse your past self for not drinking nearly enough water last night. Or thank yourself by taking a swig right now. Can't have a hangover if you're always a little bit buzzed. What forkin' time is it? You peer at your phone on the nightstand only to find that it's out of power. Another thing you'd forgotten to do last night. My phone's dead. Probably time to wake up though, given the light. Santi opens his eyes, blinking briefly before squeezing them shut and throwing his pillow over his face. I drank too much. Sleep in. I'll bring you some water and bread. You're not sure whether the bread will be useful at this point, but you figure he needs to eat at least. You hobble into the main room. Gabe's already awake, sitting on the couch and staring off into space. He looks at you and you walk into the room before turning away again. He doesn't say anything, so you make your way to the kitchen and chug a couple glasses of water before grabbing some bread and water for Santi and delivering it to him. Afterward, you return to the kitchen and rummage through the fridge for the simplest possible thing to make. Caleb joins you a few moments later. Good morning, Patrick. I can help make breakfast. I suppose I'm probably in better condition than everyone else, including you, it seems, if you want to go rest. Actually, if you don't mind. Of course, I'll throw together some pancakes and eggs and bacon. You chug some water and hobble back to bed, waking up sometime later to a throbbing bladder. Santi seems to be awake already, and your leg feels less cramped, and your head feels slightly better. So you pee and head out to the main room. Everyone else is sitting at the table enjoying pancakes, eggs, and bacon.
Hi.
Good morning, Patrick. Need an aspirin? You shake your head and join everyone. Breakfast is a surprisingly quiet affair. Everyone seems a bit hungover. Gabe, unusually, volunteers to do the dishes with Jason after breakfast. Yeah, they gotta talk. You sit in the main room contemplating whether you're okay wasting the morning by going back to bed. Jason and I were considering renting a kayak today and going down the river a bit. Santi shakes his head. I think I'm just gonna stay here. I don't trust my head with a boat right now. You probably should stay away from freshwater too, given your wound. It's not deep, but it's still not a great idea to submerge it. 2 reasons not to go then. I could be up for a kayaking, or I could hang out here. I would assume Gabe would go kayaking. I could go kayaking, but only in a tandem. I think I'll just stay here. You can keep me company, man. Maybe I'll stay here with the 2 of you then. Joe looks up as Jason and Gabe emerge from the kitchen. Gabe looks unusually sullen. Kayaking this morning, hun? I assume you're interested in joining us, Gabe? Huh. Oh. Yeah, that sounds great. Jason pats his shoulder gently. Everything okay, man? Just got into a rough conversation. It's my fault. He stands and stumbles a bit. You'd almost forgotten about your leg over breakfast. Everything okay? Woke up with a Charlie horse. My sympathies. It's worked out already? Put some ice on it if it swells and bothers you more. Probably a good thing you're not kayaking then. Speaking of, want to go now? The more kayaking time, the better.
Okay.
I'll grab the sunscreen. We can slather it on when we're there. Have fun. Everyone heads out and you sit down on the couch. A question? Feel free to say no if you're either not interested or too hungover. But would either of you be up for some Madness the Summoning? Patrick and I played a little yesterday, and I had some deck ideas. Oh, Albert had some of these, and I just got rid of. Yeah, I'd be happy to learn if you don't mind teaching. Caleb grabs his cards, and you two get Santi up to speed on the game. You spend the rest of the morning playing the game. Caleb seems excited to have people he can play with. Before you know it, the rest of the group is piling back into the door. Great timing, we just finished a game. He started packing up the cards. Welcome back. No one capsized. No one capsized? Kayaks are hard to capsize, bud. I'd take Robbie in one. They're pretty safe. Well, regardless, you all look dry, so it seems like it was a success. How's your head, Santi? Better, thanks. Ready to cook? Shall we make lunch? Hell yeah! I could eat a horse. You follow Caleb to the kitchen and he peers into the fridge. I think there were some meatballs left in the freezer. Are we leaving after dinner tonight? Yeah, maybe just sandwiches for lunch and then pasta for dinner? Caleb chuckles and closes the fridge. Makes our job easy, and feels fitting for a cabin anyway. I always loved eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in the woods. The two of you bring the bread, peanut butter, jelly, and carrot sticks out to the main room. Gabe makes a face. What are we at summer camp? Sandwiches are a good idea anyway. Even though I guess everyone's mostly recovered already. Jason grabs a carrot stick and holds it to Gabe's direction. Eat your veggies, son. Gabe sticks his tongue out at Jason, but makes himself a couple sandwiches. Lunch is uneventful. Joe stands and stretches. Joe stands and stretches afterwards. I feel like we should take advantage of our last afternoon here with either another hike or some more swimming.
Sounds like a plan.
Count me in for swimming. Well, count me in for either activity, but swimming gets my vote. I wouldn't mind a hike. I could swim again, but I'd prefer a hike. We haven't had one today yet, and we already went kayaking today. Kayaking's nothing like swimming, Jay. Jason shrugs. I'd prefer swimming over hike. I honestly don't have a preference. Gabe grins at you. Looks like Patrick is the tiebreaker. What'll it be, bud? And what'll it be, bud? And why is it swimming? You tentatively stretch your leg. Doesn't really feel painful anymore, so either activity seems reasonable. And while you'd mostly prefer a less strenuous afternoon, you agree with Joe's assertion that you should take advantage of being in the woods. Let's go for a hike. Boo. You know, we don't all have to do the same thing. Some of us can go swimming, Gabe. Gabe waves him off. No, I'd rather we all do something together instead of splitting the group again like this morning. Hiking it is then. It's nice being in the trees, but your leg slows you down more than you're used to. Soon, Jason, Joe, and Gabe are a good distance ahead. Santi stops at a small bench to rest. Sorry if I'm holding us back. Don't be. I enjoy leisurely hikes. Life's too rushed in general as it is. Santi giggles. You've got a point there, man. You're welcome, then? Caleb chuckles. Anyway, let's keep going. You chat about random subjects until you meet up with the rest of the group. By then it feels like it's starting to feel like dinner time. We're almost back, right? We are. It is about time to make dinner. Probably a good idea. We need to shower and pack as well. You shower quickly and meet Caleb in the kitchen. He's started a pot with pasta sauce and meatballs. You quickly grab the remaining veggies from the fridge and freezer. Very efficient meal planning. I'm glad we didn't have too much this year. Normally we have to plan a large number of people. Well, we still have leftover pasta and rice, and those are easy to take home. All the cold stuff was estimated well. Dinner is a pretty unremarkable affair until Santi seems to pause partway through his bowl of pasta. Hey, would you be willing to share more about how you became Polly, Jason J? J2? Joe looks at Jason, who shrugs. Sure. What do you want to know? Just more of what happened with Dean? I guess. Like, what made you decide it was the right thing for you? If I could ask something back first, Santi, are you asking because you're wondering if Polly is for you? Santi nods. Yes, maybe, I don't know. I just figure I shouldn't limit my options now that I'm a free man at the moment, just so I can have a chance. Jason and oh my god, my eyes. Jason and Joe both frown. I don't think that's the right way to go about it. It's good that you're keeping an open mind, but I don't think Polly's for everyone. Joe rolls his eyes. God, do you know how many times I heard that from people after we started dating Dean? Humans weren't built for monogamy, and that's a much healthier way to think about relationships. Our relationships are healthy not because we open them up, but because we're honest with each other about everything. The point is, Monogamy is the right thing for many people. Polyamory is the right thing for many people. I'm not saying don't try if you think it might be right, but don't treat it as a valid option for you if it just isn't. Jason pats Santi's back. Your catch, Santi. I think you're all going to age I think you're all getting to the age anyway where guys are more wanting to settle down. Because Joe is ancient. And guys my age apparently have one foot in the grave. Please now. But I agree with Joe. Try it if you think it might be right, but don't try because you feel like it makes you more attractive. You shouldn't be dating yet anyway. Gabe's voice surprises you. You hadn't expected him to be interested in the conversation. By their expressions, Jason and Joe hadn't either. Gabe shrugged. I mean, after my divorce, I was lonely. It would have been nice to have someone, but it wouldn't have been fair to them. What you need right now is your friends, Santi. I leaned on all of you, and it was a hell of a lot healthier than pinning my recovery on some new relationship. Which, you're all amazing, by the way. You know that, right? We love you too, Gabe. Gabe punches Jason's arm. But he's blushing. Aw, fork you big emotional bundle of. I don't know where I was going with this. Santi giggles and returns to his pasta. I love you all too. After dinner, Joe does the dishes while the rest of you pack up the cars and bid each other farewell. It feels a bit anticlimactic somehow, even though it's no different than any previous year. I guess because the trip as a whole was so different even though it's no different than any previous year. I guess because the trip as a whole was so different this year. Oh, hello, Headless Santi. Oops, Santi head. A bit into your drive home, Santi's phone starts dinging repeatedly. There he is. There's the big guy. Guess you have phone reception again. Santi nods, pulls out his phone, and frowns at the screen. Everything okay? He pokes the phone a bit, sighs, and slips it back into his pocket. Yeah, it's just my parents and brothers. Did something happen? He sighs again. No, I just haven't told them about Albert. That surprises you more than you expect. Santi had always been close to his family, and even though things had been different since his sister had died, you'd assumed his parents would have been among the first to know about the divorce. He must notice your expression because he chuckles. I know, I just couldn't figure out how to tell them, you know? Figured they'd find out eventually. Hell of a time for Albert to spill the beans, though. I guess he assumed I'd already told them. Maybe I was hoping they'd find out like this. Of course, Mom's asking if she could set me up with a woman now. I'm 45. I don't need Mom to set me up. You should tell her you're gay instead of just letting them assume. That doesn't sound very supportive. You hadn't told them. You should tell her you're gay instead of letting them assume. He shrugs. Wouldn't stop her anyway. Then she'd just try to set me up with a man. I know. I think it's weird that I've never formally come out to them. I guess I figured after I married Albert, it just didn't matter anymore. And now it feels late. He shakes his head as his phone dings again. I'll pretend I still don't have service. Text messages have red indicators. You can turn those off. I'll tell them later that I was just tired from a long weekend, which is true. Let's talk about something less depressing. Ooh, like the new Jake Gyllenhaal movie coming out next week. The drive is uneventful, and you drop Santi at his place before heading home. You plug your phone in when you get home and turn it on to find a message from Paul sent yesterday. Fork, I want you. It's not entirely unexpected, given your interactions before you'd left, but it's still something that feels out of place. Pleasantly out of place, actually. Before you know what you're doing, you're calling him. It takes longer for him to answer than you expect, and his voice is gruff when he picks up. What? You're not quite sure what to say and wonder if calling him had been a mistake. I got your text. I just wanted to apologize for not responding because I was away on a trip. He's quiet for a bit, but his voice is significantly calmer when he responds. Hope your trip was nice. It was. I'm busy tonight, but I want to hear about it when we see each other this week. It feels like a promise, and he sounds almost affectionate. And despite yourself, you find yourself looking forward to it. Definitely. Good night. He hangs up and you sit on the couch, staring off into space, a smile on your face. It was a nice week, and it sounds like it's going to be a nice week. All right. Love it. Love everything about it. Love where it's going. Unfortunately, it is 10:46 and I'm tired. So, thanks for stream. Thank you. Thank you everybody for joining in. Thank you for the raid. Thank you lurkers. Thank you everybody that's been watching over on YouTube. Yes, this was very good. I'll talk to Bob later, and I will schedule when our next continuation will be. But yes, I am rapidly needing to get my contacts out of my eyes and losing steam. So have a good night, everybody. I don't think I'm going to raid out. If I do, let me just take a quick look. Raid Yeti back. Offline raid. Is there anyone playing YAGS right now? No, just me. Just me. I kind of want to raid out to Genocide since he's on. I'm probably going to do a raid and run, but yeah, so if you're over on Twitch, we're going to raid out into Genocide's stream where I'm going to do a quick raid and run. Did I do that right? Let's see. Yes, there we go. All right, and if you're over on YouTube, check out one of my other videos. I have plenty like this. If you look up any of my YAGS, ZAGS, AGS stuff. But with that, look out for next stream, and I will see you all next time. Bye.